Holy crap, we're live. Coffee is too hot to drink this evening. I sent that to you in your messenger, Goblin. So it looks like we've got a break in the weather, so I thought I'd just go ahead and go live. And if we get knocked off, holy crap, look at that, Wildcat. What are you doing, Wildcat? What are you doing, bestie? Are you staying out of the wildfire smoke up there, Kim? I hope. I have a cat trying to get her toy. My God. I'm trying to take over. Oh, I miss you too, Kim. I hope everybody's okay up there. You hear a lot of racket in the background. I have a house full of cats that are playful tonight. We had a storm, well, several storms blow through here. Hey, Goblin. And the cats didn't want to do anything. They were afraid to, I think they were afraid to move. So, yeah, lightning's been insane too with it, Kim. So, what's going on, Goblin? You are either muted or your microphone is turned down.
My mic is muted. I was sitting there talking to beat the band. No, I'm just glad my electric didn't go off and the storm's rolled with for right now.
Yeah.
You.
Noodlehead. What you doing, Noodlehead? If there's any damage up here, there's still lightning, so I'm not going to go out and look. We just lost the goblin. Yeah, lightning was insane. It's been insane. And like I was telling Goblin on the radio a while ago, I felt like every storm that we've had in the past, this past week have tried to top the last storm. It's just, it's not, you don't want to be, even the storm spotters, as crazy as we are, don't want to be out there in that crap. You're just asking to get struck.
It's been crazy as far as lightning. As far as the lightning goes, it's been really crazy.
Yeah.
I've not seen it this bad that I can remember. Yeah.
Still rumbling.
Yeah, it's south.
Sounds like it's right out here.
I was watching the radar and everything's south of it now. Still in the state, but south of it.
Yeah, we're trying to stay safe, Kim. Thanks.
Yeah, when I first noticed it on the radar on TV, the line that was coming towards us, of course, there was two lines. One was to the north and the one was to the south. It was coming right directly towards us, but it wasn't very big. It didn't look like it was going to mount anything, and I just kept on watching it. And all of a sudden, I walked out and walked back in there, and it looked like they was merging together. It's like,
Yeah.
and when they done that, when they merged together, that's when it exploded, man.
Yeah. It
I
was
said, "Holy crap!"
Huga Homestead. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I get my daggone mic, my video, my camera. It's about ready to fall off. Uh, I
Get you
put a
some
shade.
easy.
I put a shade over my light. I probably got not enough light, but I like it in the dark. I don't care. I look less ugly in the dark, or not as dark.
Well, we're depriving the electric company of billing us more.
Well, I haven't heard anything from my daughter yet. Shit, whether they got their electric back on or not. I thought I was going to have to go over and pick up the kids and bring them over here anyway, but they haven't called me to let me know either way. So they may have already got their electric on by now, but I hope they have.
Yeah.
Anyway, because she's got to work tomorrow. But it flickered 2 or 3 times here, did it? I thought we was going to lose it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do a live tonight. I'm still kind of, kind of leery about it because
Yeah, it could happen at any time. I mean, we don't know when a transformer down the way or something's going, a limb going to fall out that's been loosened, fall
and we
across
don't.
the line, and there you go.
I mean, we don't lose power that often here.
Mm-mm.
Not like we, like in the past, but they they did a heck of a job keeping all the limbs and everything off the power lines, except for over on Black Pike. Now there's that. I think that one's still there.
Yeah, I think that was one thing they really done really well is when they went through there and cleaned out all the right of ways of the power lines. They cleaned her up good. I wish the telephone company would be as efficient because they got. I'd be driving around down the road and see a big limb hanging across the telephone line. Oh my God! Don't they see that?
They came over here in the field over here next to my house, got that transformer, cleaned it all out, and it's starting to get grown back over again. So
Yeah.
yeah, who got it? That's pretty much what it is. Run out in between storms and try to get things done if you can, and then you know wait another hour to go back out again. It seems like. Uh
Oh my God! I'm not even gonna touch it. It's not for us.
No, I'm gonna turn mine down. The heck with that.
It's south around about Pulaski County down in that way, Laurel County. We
Yeah,
have.
that's
Go ahead.
that's when the radios that have the same technology are really helpful because you don't have to hear, you know, for counties that are 20, 30, 40 miles away from you, you'll just hear the one for your county and that's it. But Midland didn't put that in these GMRS radios, so I don't know.
It's called same technology. SAM8. I think that's what it's called. But I got one. I got our weather radio over here. It's got that SAM8 technology in it.
Hugo said, I have new limbs to do after this last one sitting on my shed. Oh no. Didn't damage your shed, did it, Hugo? Hope not.
I think I might. I won't be able to tell until the morning, but I got to go out there in the morning. I know I got one little limb hanging down because I can see it from my porch. But rotten anyway, but that'll be good because that'll give me some firewood for my fire pit.
Yeah.
It's really helpful to me because after storm, you blow all these limbs down, around the yard. That's where I pick them up and pile them up and burn them in the fire pits.
Yeah. Saves you the trouble of running to the woods, don't it?
Yeah, it's good Lord's good to us.
Yeah, Wildcat. Goblin and I both have our weather radios on today because that's all it's done. Well, it's all I did was storm all week. It seems like about
Yeah, it
every other
seems like
day.
about every day. Last night, we got by last night pretty easy.
Yeah.
It flickered just a little bit last night, but nothing. But that was the one last night. It was just a plain lightning storm. That's all you can say about that. Because I looked on the radar and it was like one big white blob over
Yeah.
top of the town where we was at. Oh my God. I really wasn't going to even worry about it until the lightning struck and then something popped. Somebody hit a piece of metal out from my window, and I
Yeah.
jumped up out of bed. I said, "Holy crap! What is that?" I expected he meant for the electric to go off, and by the time I walked into the living room, it went off. I
Yeah.
had my flashlight in my hand, but it come back on.
That last time I thought it was all for good, but no, it
We got
it
lucky.
seemed the closer the lightning was to us, the stronger that lightning was. It was just like it reminded me of ghost hunting, where they'll draw on that energy before they manifest. It's the same thing with the lightning. It's like it's coming, and then boom, and it rattles you out of your skin, and seems like that's when the lights go out.
We were extremely lucky. We've been lucky that it hasn't struck pretty close. As many trees as we got all around us, it's a thousand wonders that we haven't got struck real hard here.
Yeah, Noodlehead. I can't remember when the storm started here. It seemed like it was after dark, wasn't it?
It was about 1:30, 2 o'clock, because I was going to go to bed and I seen that and I said I'm gonna have to stay up and see what this is going to do.
That's what
So
I did. I don't know. Something told me just stay up because uh, and then even after it cleared off, I still didn't feel comfortable enough to go to sleep. So I ended up having to take a nap in the middle of the day.
well, I passed out after that. After I went back to bed, I didn't even get back up after that.
Yeah, it's summertime, and my sleeping schedule always gets screwed up in the summertime anyway. So
Well, there's one consolation we can say. At least you get rid of some of this damn Canadian smoke.
sorry, Wildcat.
Y'all can keep you smoking
not
for
like it's not like it's her fault, but I mean,
no, but I've done smoked 2 or 3 Canadian wildfires today. I don't know. I don't need no more cigarettes.
it's like smoking 10 cartons a day. Yeah, I mean? I can imagine it's probably Kim, are they giving like uh, air quality warnings up there where you live, up there in Fort St. John? Because I mean, I think our air quality went back to somewhat normal.
I think it was. I think it all blowed over in Washington D.C. and that's what's affecting all the idiots up there now.
Yeah. Okay. So it was pretty. I imagine it was pretty thick. She's in. Still, you're Kim. You're still in Fort St. John, British Columbia, right?
Mm.
So I imagine she's affected by it.
I say so. I can't off the top of my head remember where it's exactly at. I know it's.
Okay.
Let's look at my
Yeah,
maps.
Oh, that's right. You all better be good. Well, they're all passing out, except for one. There's always that one.
All mine's done passed out. They done played the last 30 minutes of an hour during the storm, and they wasn't going out. No, they's all piled up in the living room, and then they decided to fight, be playing around, jumping and lunging. I don't know if they're still in there or not. I left the door cracked open so they could go out if they wanted to, but.
Well, top of the storms we've been getting. Well, we're just now getting close to like more like our summer temperatures, 80s and 90s, which yeah, I could do without the 90-degree weather because it always jumps up in with the heat index always jumps up around 100, 105, 100, 110, and of course there's other places in America that are a whole lot worse. I imagine, like Alabama. Yeah.
Barry, I must confess, I was aiming to go shirtless tonight, but I decided I'd put a t-shirt on. I didn't want to destroy your live stream anymore. I was going to go. I said, I ain't going to put on a shirt on. Then, yeah, I better. Yeah.
They've really cracked down on some stupid. They really made some stupid rules on YouTube.
Gotta have your shirt. No, yeah, you gotta wear a shirt. But you same from the top down. You don't know where they get. They're completely naked.
Yeah, but then you got these pretty ladies on there. Most of them way younger than I want to imagine. And they're dressed in something that they might as well not even be wearing it. And I'm not complaining, but why are they jumping on people for things like smoking on their lives, or you can't start cussing until 15 minutes into your live? What's that all about?
Let's see. We're good. 18 minutes.
But it doesn't make any sense. Why are they being so picky about? Just
I don't
because
know.
somebody's whined and cried and complained about
I think
something?
it's just to justify somebody's job position there, I guess. I don't know.
I guess they figure, well, we've been going for several years without new rules. We better make a bunch of stupid ones just so we look like we're doing something.
Yeah.
And if you have someone report or complain about, but they won't even talk to you. Yeah, TikTok. Well, Kim, I know you do TikTok and you do some pretty cool stuff, but like TikTok, I know I've told you TikTok's just not for me, but that's just me,
No, not to me.
I don't know. I think TikTok's starting to crack down on some stuff now.
Yeah, they censor like crap on there.
Yeah. Censor. Well, we'll just have to make up code words now, I guess. yeah, you know, but see, I could talk about the wrong thing and get my channel shut down. I mean, they've actually taken people their live streams right off. I mean, just right in the middle, just cut it off because you said something they didn't agree with. Or more than likely, somebody reported you while you were streaming, you know, probably glorified the truth a little bit, made it look good. And they're like, okay, you know, YouTube's like, okay, take Barry down. And I'd be like, you know, what, this is America. You're an American platform. Why are you censoring us? You know, but like, you know, people are have to resort to saying pew pews or um, I heard one old man call it a blunderbuss. I'm like, dude, that's like, you know, that's like way back in that Viking times, you know, the blunderbuss.
It's basically a shotgun.
Yeah. You know, and then
Looks like a trumpet.
but you're like people. Some people are grandfathered in; they're not even touched because they have like, you know, way up there, like 100,000 subscribers or more, and they won't even touch them. Oh, you fired a gun on YouTube? It's okay, man. You've been with us for a long time. You made us a lot of dough. I mean, you're okay, you know. And really, I mean, you're making money for YouTube, even though they're giving you pennies on a dollar.
Oh, about ready to sit on my chair here. Actually, that's my fart alarm. I farted and it went off.
Thanks for warning us. It's mighty white of you.
Mighty
Oh,
Caucasian.
that probably got me in trouble. Oh,
Mighty Caucasian of you.
I'm not gonna hear it now. Somebody's upset in one of the admins at YouTube's probably upset with me right now.
What in the hell? Somebody driving a damn motorcycle.
Oh, I thought it was that plow truck going by again.
No. It sounded like a train that jumped the tracks and running down the road.
Yeah.
That they hit that truck come by earlier. I heard that and I was sitting right here and I heard that. I said, what in the hell is that? Because I didn't. There was a lot of scraping of metal and everything.
There it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Carolyn Lowe, Homestead Aquarius, Old Ways Gardening and Prepping. Good evening to you. Welcome.
That woke me up. I've been here lurking since the beginning. Well, what are you doing lurking? Is that the same thing as stalking? Or is lurking the same thing as stalking?
Locations impacted include Fall Rock and Laurel Creek.
Homestead Aquarius said she was lurking.
It's lazy stalking. Yeah, you're right about that, Robert. That's yeah, that's lazy stalking. That's right up my alley. I'm gonna start doing that, lurking. I'm gonna lurk on Wildcat's channel on TikTok. Yeah, I do that sometimes, Carolyn. I actually have done that. I've been in lives and just not said a word, just sat there and watched.
Is that dead air? You can't do it in radio. You can't have dead air like that, can you, Gary?
Yeah, but I've tried to keep, you know, Homestead Aquarius. I try to keep the same time every Sunday, except last Sunday we didn't do it because The same reason tonight. I really wasn't sure if we were going to have electric or, you know, no electric, no internet. I don't know. I haven't. I have a hotspot on my phone, but I mean, what's the point? Because the tower over there, the one and only tower that we have, is probably going to get knocked out. So, and this internet on this phone, you would think would be awesome, but when you go to hotspot, my laptop doesn't like it. Everything else is fine with it.
Uh-oh. My lights just flickered.
Yeah, mine did too.
It kind of got real dim, then brightened back up. But we're in here for the duration anyway, however long it is. It might be 10 more minutes and we'll be off. Oh, they got him. They got Barry. They cut him off. That'll be the rumor. Barry got knocked off for saying it up, some kind of something he shouldn't have. And all the same time, be electric. Yeah.
Homestead Aquarius will have to start calling those people height challenged people.
Yeah. Height handicapped people. And I guess it would be a good
Although Oompa Loompas isn't a real word, so I guess we could call them Loompas. 103-degree. No, thank you. Your ankles were sweating today. Oh my God, Carolyn. Oh, she's funny. I'm telling you.
They're talking about that. I know if we got a storm this afternoon, it's going to be bad. Because that atmosphere just, ugh. I was outside and I said, oh my God, it's just so hot and sticky.
That's okay. It's okay, Kim. I could still look you in the eye. Because we're about
My ankles were sweating.
We're the same height.
Somebody's ankles are sweating. I don't mind the heat. It's the humidity is what saps the energy out of you.
I wonder what our humidity is right now. Let's just bring it up. Well, my phone is dirty. Hey, that's right. Sleep, my minions. Sleep. Means you're not getting into anything.
Barry's minions.
Yeah, this is I've dubbed my little place here Catlandia. It's a fictitious country run by cats. Thank you for telling me there's a severe thunderstorm. After it already passed. Really looking out for our best interest, aren't they? Okay.
Stepping into a dog's mouth. What's got to be wet?
67 degrees, and humidity is 97%. It's going to be muggy.
Yeah, well, it does feel muggy out there right now.
Yeah. Our feels like temperature. Okay, well, just 67 feels like 67. Okay.
Yeah, but it's too. I was getting ready to say it's too daggone cold for our air conditioner right now.
Wait.
It feels that way to me.
I've never heard of this before. When it rains, the road is wet.
No.
God.
No.
I have never noticed that.
That's got to be a trick.
What? Because some of these young kids go, what? What? Oh, sorry. I'll be nice. But exaggerated what. And you only need to say it once, not 6 times. Exaggerated. What?
Oh,
I
Corner
digress.
Fed Live said his wife is corrupting the power and that she'll beat him if we tell her. All she has to do is watch the video and read that.
Me too again.
She'll read that video. What in the hell?
Oh. Oh no. Well, does she already know about this channel? Because if she does, there's no point me
She
even
will.
trying to bring. I mean,
Somebody will tell her.
right? I don't have to say a word. I mean, if she even knows anything about my channel, she'll figure it out because she'll be like, who's this? He said what? Tennessee Bushcrafter. Good evening. Been lightning it thundering here for the last 2 hours, headed your way. Oh joy. Well, yeah, it looked like, I was telling Goblin earlier, it looked like deer had ran through my garden. Everything's laying like this.
I don't even want to look at mine today or tomorrow.
Now hopefully it'll come back up.
I got tomatoes coming on, but they're green. And I got one cucumber off my.
Yeah. Oh, show off.
And I ate that sucker too last night.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Yes, I ate that sucker. What is that? Oh, it's tomato.
Yeah, I'm letting it ripen in the window because this is what I'm going to save seeds from.
Mm-hmm.
Something's already got to it. So
yeah.
This is the first one that popped up on there. So I thought, well, it started turning on the bottom. So I thought, well, I'll just go ahead and pick it.
I say after this rain, I'll have all kinds of cucumbers popping up off there. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit anxious. I'm going to be able to.
There ain't nothing no better than eating something that you growed with your own 2 hands. Yeah, you can go to the store and buy cucumbers or whatever, but it just don't taste right. It ain't like you growed it. She cut it up and put it in the refrigerator. You can have the rest of the cucumber. Well, thank you very much for
See that?
telling me that I could have it. Like she would, gave me permission to eat the damn thing. It was good though. I liked it. It was pretty good.
Carolyn says, yeah, it looks like it's headed southeast from above us and up from the Tennessee River Valley. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Goblin brought to my attention earlier today, was the fact that it just all came together. It's just like a train of storms.
Mm-hmm. It was just one little bitty stretch of storms that was heading towards us, actually, that would affect us, and all of a sudden that one from the north just dropped down and merged with the other one. And it was all hell breaking loose then.
Yeah, I was Carol. Been blah 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 blah. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you that was a great live stream the other night, and it's good to see everybody on that panel. So been meaning to tell you that, but for some reason,
yeah, that's what I was reading that Tennessee book. Yeah, that's what they say. We'll probably wind up getting some of that Texas heat before it's all said and done. You can watch out for the storms then. Mm-mm.
I like. See, I noticed as I've progressed into the you know 50s bracket for age that my tolerance for cold is just shrinking. So, and but on the other hand, it's the same with the heat. Get up to the 100 degree mark, and I'm miserable, and I'll stay under the air conditioner all day long. And yeah, you add humidity to that, and I'm just miserable. Sucks the energy right out of you. Well, it was the truth, South Florida sunshine. It was you know, I try to speak the truth as much as possible. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth, unfortunately. It wants you to sugarcoat everything.
That's just like saying being a weatherman and getting on there on TV and saying, "Oh well, we got a tornado warning for so and so county, but it's not going to be that bad. It'll be all
Mhm.
right. Just go eat your cupcakes. It'll be okay. It's going to be blowing sprinkles and unicorns."
Yeah, Carol, um, Wildcat 898 is a good friend of mine from World of Warcraft, and probably my probably my well, my only female bestie, I think.
Nerd,
Not to mention she's cute, but I don't want to give her a
nerd,
big head. Yeah, perv. Yeah, well,
nerd,
nerd. Huh?
nerd. Oh, don't
Huh.
say it. Oh,
Hmm.
nerd.
Well, what you say the other day? Xbox? Is that what you said you have?
Yeah, but that's not the same.
Yeah, well, I haven't. You could ask 898 there, Wildcat. Haven't been on World of Warcraft for a while.
To each his own, dude. That's well. Yeah.
You have a point there, Tennessee. I'll add you on there. Like I said, I haven't played it, and I haven't felt like surrendering $15 to Blizzard lately. It's kind of been going towards other things, but
Well, he
we'll
hasn't
see.
added me as one either, and I
I'll
don't even
probably.
play the damn game.
I'm so far behind on World of Warcraft. It's pitiful. 106 degrees at your stepmama's. Down. Nerd is a word. Well, it's Wildcat. That's not the first time I've made you blush, so it probably won't be the last either. Yeah.
My biggest problem, I like playing chess, and I can't find a damn person around in this country that'll play it.
I can't remember all that stuff for some reason. I've
I
tried.
just, I just play the computer, and it's the best I can hope for. But I like my Xbox. I don't play it much during the summer, but every once in a while I'll get on there and beat around for a while, and then get hate mail. Oh, I got all kinds of hate mail.
surely
You
not.
suck. You suck. I told one little kid told me that. You suck, dude. And I said, I got on there and I typed back and I said, not like your mama. Oh,
Tennessee said he'd play chess with you.
huh? I
Said
want to
Tennessee said he would play chess with you.
Okay. I ain't coming down there and playing it.
Guarding Warrior Q, good evening.
I'm going to teach my cats how to play it. I think I got at least one out of the bunch that would sit there long enough to play me. He'll probably smack the pieces around on the board. Oh yeah, that's where that goes. How do you know that?
It looks like Tennessee's got years of experience playing chess. Started at 6 years old.
Good.
Maybe a worthy opponent there, Goblin.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, we could. Everybody could play the game that me and you decided we talked about. During the lightning storm and umbrella. Remember we talked about that?
Yeah, but it didn't involve you running around with an umbrella in your hand. It just seemed to be centered on me running around with an umbrella. I felt somewhat threatened.
I didn't want to leave you out of it.
Oh, well, that's fair.
I was going to be filming it and at a distance, and I was going to see how far you could get with that metal umbrella in your hand running through a lightning storm.
I'm not. All right, let's see. You reckon the knob over here in front of me is probably about the highest point in this area?
Probably.
I'll make sure we get real close to the sky.
By the time you get up that far, man, one could hit the tree just as quick.
Shoot, I'd be so out of breath and crawling on my knees. Why in the hell did you talk me into this?
So yeah, that's going to be his next video he puts out. What not to do during a lightning storm.
Yeah.
That's going to be the title of it.
Climb the ridge behind me, and yeah.
No, seriously, I like to have a camera. I like to have a camera up there, and to film during a storm. Or you could get a pretty good view from up there.
That would be an ideal spot, I guess, as long as you're not.
There you go, Barry. You go up there and film it. And
It'd be cool if my Wi-Fi reached that far. I'd put one of the Wi-Fi cameras up there. I'd have to camouflage it because people have sticky fingers in this.
I doubt it. You don't. Would it reach that far? I don't think it would.
I've seen it reach almost to that level there, the very last level, before you get to the ridge, the very top of the ridge. That spot that looks like a swamp before you. Yeah, right in there. I've seen it actually. My phone has actually picked it up. My Wi-Fi right there. I don't know how.
Mine won't.
I don't know if it will after I put it in that cabinet because I had to keep the cats off of it. He kept disconnecting me.
But seriously, that would be if you could accomplish it, that'd be a pretty neat little endeavor. Find a good clearing up there where you can have a good view of most of the sky, and
It'd be my luck. It'd be my luck. The tree that I picked to mount it on would be the one that got struck.
You just get you a piece of PVC pipe and stick it in the ground. Mount it to it. That larger, about a half-inch gauge PVC pipe. Camouflage it. I wouldn't worry about nobody stealing it because there ain't nobody going to be up on top of that ridge. The worst that could happen to it at all would be a deer brush against it, knock it over.
Yeah. Trying to, what do they call it? Molting?
Yeah, they're doing rubbing.
Yeah, ruts or whatever.
Rut.
Yeah.
That's all that camera will see, a big a buck's head rubbing up against his backhand,
Yeah, it'd be interesting if I figured out what was making that tree knock sound up there. I still haven't figured that one out.
Well,
part of me wants to say woodpecker, but
but then again, if I could hear it myself, I could almost tell you what it could be, but I won't say it right now.
We've said there's a running joke that I've been abducted by aliens, and I have Sasquatch back there behind my house. And
that's what I was going to get ready to say.
Okay, so it's okay. It's okay to talk about that because we have joked about that in the past.
I don't know about the alien part. Possibly you may have been abducted at one point and probed. But who am I to judge? Aliens have feelings too.
Alien lives matter.
Alien life what matters. I mean, they have feelings. If they want to probe somebody, that's what they want to do.
Wait, Carolyn, I've never heard of that. Tree knocks is a sign of trees dying, or what? Oh,
now,
yeah.
If it sounds like somebody took another tree branch and smacked it real hard, is that what it sounds like? Okay.
A very distinct sound.
Mm-hmm. That's
not just any piece of wood. It's got to be, a solid. You can't pick up a piece of rotted wood. That's not going to work.
No.
You want something that's
they might be able to take a rock and beat against it or something.
Because it's got a certain acoustic characteristic to it.
Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying, and if that's the case, then it very well could be. Because if you do research on it, that's some of the telltale signs of Sasquatch.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. We're very Sasquatch friendly here. And if YouTube doesn't like it, they can.
Well, we can talk about Sasquatch, my lord. Even though there's storm cats and radios, we can talk. We can go outside the box, like this. Outside the box.
That's actually just going off camera. That's thinking outside the box.
See, I got a box here, and I'm outside of it. Outside the box. No, seriously. I mean, yeah. I don't doubt that one bit. It possibly could be. Woodpeckers are, you'll know one of them if you hear it.
Yeah, Carolyn, that's what I'm hearing it. If I remember correctly, the joking and ribbing about the aliens and stuff actually started back in the wintertime. Well, actually, in the fall. Carol, is that about right? Or Bushcrafter? That seems like we started talking about, kind of joking about that back around fall time. I think last year. That they just spiraled into a joke on transmitters in my butt and things like that.
Oh,
So
maybe they were testing for colon cancer when they probed you.
maybe they have that problem too where they're from.
Yeah, they may be able to find a cure for it. But no,
Oh my god!
I'm open to it.
Oh my god!
You know.
There's a Sasquatch right there.
Oh my God.
So, Chris,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
huh?
I hear you. Yeah.
Sound good?
Yep, sound like Tennessee Bushcrafter. Are you trying to imitate my friend Bushcrafter, or are you the
What
real
friend?
Bushcrafter?
Yeah, I'm
That's not a
imitating.
green screen, is it? Is he projecting himself to look like him? You
No, it's
think?
always daytime there in the woods.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
it's
Tennessee.
always day. It's always daytime in Tennessee.
Yeah, I heard that.
Carol, that's a good. Yeah, actually, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out. When I actually ran into all you people, all you wonderful people,
All you people. What do you mean, you people?
all you
Yeah,
wonderful.
I'm offended by
I did
that.
correct. I did
I
correct.
feel offended, highly offended.
Highly
You
offended.
people.
I've known you for years, Randy. So I don't know what you're going on about.
Well, I'm trying to fit in.
Where it says it's Bushsquatch.
Oh God, yeah. Links in the chat if you want to pop up your Homestead Aquarius.
No, I asked him if you want to get up here. He's like, nope.
Oh well, okay then.
He-
Fine. Do that,
you know.
please.
Well, I'll just go off camera and just show her icons. And here, there you go.
I don't know.
Oh. Drips.
Wildcat says, "Hey, Vasti." Corey says hi, and he has a full-time job. I'm going to jump off. Hugs, and I miss you. All right, Kim. Love you bunches. Tell Corey I said
Oh my
hi,
God.
and yeah, be good. You can't be good. Be good at it. Oh, tell Carrie I said hi too.
What you eating now?
I wish I had a cucumber sliced up. That's what I wish right now. You got to talk about damn cucumber, and hell, I'm wanting one now.
Well, I'll take you. I love me some cucumbers.
I'm going to check my garden tomorrow. I bet you. I doubt if I got any that quick, but I picked one off yesterday.
I like taking cucumbers and just toss them in a little bit of vinegar and some onion powder and
Yeah.
just a dash of salt, and there you go. Oh, now he's going to use I'm eating baked crab legs. Boy, I watched something on. Oh, what's that channel I've been watching?
PBS.
No, it's
That's my favorite channel.
trying to
Wait,
think now. The
typing?
Modern Marvels.
Oh yeah.
That's an actual channel on Samsung TV,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean the way they I mean,
Yeah,
there's a
some of them
lot of
things,
them episodes I never watched.
yeah, some of them
And
things
they
they
was
have on
talking about,
there, it's like how they build that,
yeah,
all that stuff,
I seen some of them where they built these huge ships that were,
hmm
like larger than a cruise ship. And I've seen other ones where they go out and catch them fish to make them fake crab legs. And they actually process them on the ship and everything.
hmm My favorite
Homes-
show, I don't know if you can even get it anymore, is it's called How It's Made or something like that.
Yeah,
It would tell you, each program would be like how certain thing was done and how it was made, and from Cheetos to potted meat.
yeah.
They'd have it on there.
Aquarius, you always naked. Don't matter because you don't never show nothing. So Cubert, it's good to see you.
Carolyn, you're more than welcome to pop up here if you want to.
Yeah, I haven't bet anybody in the last 2 3 days, so I think you'll be all right tonight.
You've had all your shots too, so
No, I haven't.
oh well, okay.
I just I'm in therapy right now. What in the hell happened?
I don't know.
Man, my screen went completely blank. It went dark. That is wild, man.
So Goblin, how long you been playing chess?
And let's see. I've been playing the
Minute or
computer.
two.
I've been playing the computer for about going on 2 years now. I put it up for a while and then you fool with it and you get that little hankering to get back into it, and I just like messing around with it. I just like seeing how to do different things different ways. I watch a lot of videos on YouTube and to see how they do it a certain way. It's interesting, but I just like playing it. Just nothing fancy. No, I've been playing chess for quite a while. Not continually, but
Well, I don't play it every day, but I think it's about time to teach my
yeah,
son.
mostly during the winter times when I hit it the most.
My, my son just turned 10 a little bit ago, and I think it's time to teach him.
I like playing horseshoes too. Boy, I love it. I love playing horseshoes. Used to be some tournaments around here local, and I lost track of first one and another, and I can't remember if they still even have the tournaments anymore. But they pretty fun. There's some people take horseshoes as serious as breathing.
Oh, I know. I mean, you can say that about any serious game.
yeah. You take it's one thing with chess, rook, or you played rook. People they shoot you over rook game. You renege on a card or something like that. They pull out a 45 and put between your eyes.
Now,
Put that damn card back down there, boy. I'll kill you.
I thought it was downpouring. That's just wind.
Well, kill me. I don't care. Because I like cheating. No. What'd you say, boy? I'm eating. What you said, boy?
Carol, you
Nobody's
learn how
gonna
to
no,
play chess anywhere online.
nobody else is gonna come up
I
there,
used
Barry.
to play chess. I used to play chess even with people on like Yahoo back in the day. When remember Yahoo Gaming?
Uh-huh.
I used to play Yahoo Chess and Yahoo Pool and all kinds of stuff.
South Florida Sunshine. Now up here in Kentucky, I don't know how y'all call it, but we call that beanbag game by a different name up here. We call it cornhole. Is that what they call it in Tennessee? Cornhole.
Yeah, South. Yeah,
When I,
Yahoo. She said Yahoo Pool. She remembers that apparently. Um,
when
yeah,
I
we
first
call
heard that
that
term,
beanbag game by a different name.
yeah,
But I tell you, it's crazy what people charge for them boards now, though. You
oh
know?
God, yeah,
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 cornhole. She said
yeah.
cornhole here too.
When I first heard that term, and I think of it just when it was finally just getting out in the public here. I said, "You want to play some cornhole?" I said, "What? What do you say?"
You want to do what?
No,
You wanna
I
do
don't
what?
want to play no cornhole with you. Sorry. No, damn it. We play with bean bags. I don't still I'm still not wanting to play. There's something funny about
I
that.
do a lot of woodworking, and I watch a lot of woodworking videos just to kind of give me
Yeah.
ideas. And I seen a feller build a cornhole board set that had LEDs under it, and like the hole. He had 4 holes and had it like on almost like a lazy Susan, but it
Mhm.
had a motor under it, so it'd sit there and rotate, and had like different scores on each one of the holes.
That would
But
be
it probably had $75 worth of electronics in it, easy. Not to
Yeah.
mention the cost of the wood and all the other stuff.
that'd be an interesting game to play.
Yeah,
I could see where that would be pretty fun.
yeah, it would.
Get you no record player
Oh
and
my
run it.
goodness. It's
Huh?
the conspiracy queen, and she has joined
Oh,
us.
hell.
Howdy, howdy.
What we doing? Can you hear us?
Man, trying to recover from the heat today. This crap is crazy, y'all. I can.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, crystal clear. Sounds good.
5 by 5.
Hello.
Is that Carolyn?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the conspiracy queen.
Oh, so you one of them people.
Yeah, one of them people.
I'm just
What?
messing with you.
Yes.
Hey, she's one of Barry's people. The way he talks is one of Barry's people.
Well.
Them people.
I don't know how to take that.
I don't know either. I don't know.
Carol, I don't know. You might have to defend yourself. I'm not sure how this is going.
I don't know either. I'm just saying it. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna look at my. I'm gonna color in my coloring book while y'all do
Do you want a sippy cup too?
that.
He's on the coloring book.
I got a pretty coloring book, and I'm just gonna color in it so I can shut up and behave myself.
So Barry, did you ever play Dungeons and Dragons? No.
No.
I've seen it, but I never did play it. So I could see where it'd be interesting, but it's time consuming too.
It is.
Nobody I knew was
is.
into it, so I just went on and did other things,
Well, see, I was one of them people. I always really.
So how's
wanted
y'all's
to play
garden
them.
stuff going this year?
Mine got
Well,
plowed over by the
Mine's
Really loud
rain.
lag, I think.
mine's getting downpoured on right now. Again,
Uh-oh.
Oh, she dropped out. Where'd she go?
Well, she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to make it work or not. So, but she was crystal clear when she was talking. I just don't
Yeah,
think
it's
she can hear us.
I could hear her fine. Not she'll be back up in a minute. Yeah, that's Dungeons and Dragons. It's you got to do a lot of figuring and ciphering.
well, see, I had friends that they were in the Dungeons and Dragons, and they just did it on like pencils and paper.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been watching a lot of like these people that make Dungeons and Dragons terrain here
Yeah,
lately.
I've seen that too. Yeah.
And man, they are some creative people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can make stuff out of nothing,
And
just
it's okay,
trash.
Cheryl.
That's a big thing too. Them tabletop games.
Yeah.
You know.
That's all right, Carolyn. You can always, anytime I have a live, more than welcome to come up. And
Well,
most
she can't.
people that I know can come up here. But I'm just like everyone else. So I got to be able to see, I know what Carolyn Lowe, seen her on plenty of lives, so I knew it was her. But I don't want another porn incident like somebody else had one night. So, if I don't really know someone too well, I probably won't let them up here. Anyway, go ahead, guys. I just thought I'd throw that out there real quick. You guys get back at talking about D&D, and I'm gonna go do a PP. So,
Well, that's good to know all that. I could have went all
Howdy,
night. But
Gear.
we know what he's going to do. He's going to go back out up in them woods where the aliens and Sasquatch is at.
I don't know. That Dungeons and Dragons thing, man. A lot of them people, they're like really creative, and they
Yeah, and they take it seriously too. There's people really get into that
and
and have a lot of money in it too. They'll soak a lot of money into it.
I was telling Aquarius the other night, I was like, I kind of do like the Christmas Village thing, and I grew up,
Mm-hmm.
with train sets, and
Right.
me and Dad, kind of building train sets and the models and all that kind of stuff. And I think, you can do the Dungeons and Dragons thing. You could actually do like, you could take it so many ways.
Well, yeah, you can use your own imagination how you want to make your layout.
Yeah,
And,
but I mean, I'm not talking especially about playing the game. I'm
Yeah.
talking about, making the same kind of
Mm-hmm.
things, but like incorporating it like into your Christmas Village or
Mm-hmm.
your train set.
Right.
And I mean, a lot of them fellers, or ladies. I mean, I know some really good Dungeons and Dragons creative ladies out there on YouTube. They, I mean, I've seen them design all kinds of craziness.
Yeah. That seemed like an interesting game, but I just never did get into it.
Man, I haven't thought about, like using some of that. If you paint it properly and finish it properly, it could be like yard art.
Mm-hmm.
Build you like a little gnome village or, out there in your garden.
That's what I had the idea of doing, something in the order of that. make a little gnome garden or something.
Yeah.
What I've been doing here lately is taking my old lawn ornaments like gnomes and stuff like that. It's been weather beaten and stuff, and paint's faded on them, and bring them back in and giving them a repaint.
Well, see, that's
Fix
part of
them
my
up,
point. Is
put them out there
a
look
lot of
brand
a
new.
lot of stuff you buy at the store. I mean, it has a crappy paint job.
Mm-hmm.
When you get it, it just kind of like,
Yeah.
So
They'll be
bring it in and
they might have a little busted place in them. You take your little wood putty or something and kind of fill that hole in and kind of paint it right over it. It look you can't you I got I got two more pieces I'm get ready to finish. But what I do when after I get done painting them, I take that clear coat gloss and I go over it. It shines like new money. It, yeah, I just take a notion and do things like that, and I like tinkering.
well, it's like I was telling Aquarius, I'm a I'm a forager and I'm a big fan of mushrooms. And I actually have like a lighting set, two of them actually, that are like solar mushrooms that are
Mm-hmm.
blown glass. But I've took some of my foam that I have. I mean, I've got a lot of foam board, and I glued it all together. Kind of made like a big pyramid kind of thing. Then I glued some more together, which is going to be the stalk, and I'm going to glue all that together, and I'm going to eventually carve it, and then do a good paint job on it, and I may make it into like some kind of little like gnome house or something,
Mm-hmm.
just to sit in like my herb garden.
Yeah, that's when you can make your own stuff, it's just so much better. I think
Yeah.
this crap you buy anymore, like you saying a minute ago, I think it don't last long. You put it outside, you might get one season out of it, and next year it looks faded and rotten and
I think
well.
somebody over in the UK had it right, and I believe that they're right on target with this. That the paints that they're putting out now are water based, and they're
Mm-hmm.
not worth a crap. You have to put like 50 coats of just 50 coats of that paint on something before it looks good,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and that's
it
what it is.
depends. Depends what you're using.
I use acrylic on the yard gnomes and stuff. Acrylic and I'll take that there gloss spray, clear coat, and go over it after I'm done. It just brightens it up. It just brings every other color out, real bright.
Well, it's like I've even told her, like, our greenhouse frame, it's just bland. It's just, okay, I could just put stain on it and clear coat it. I mean, it's all pressure treated wood,
Yeah,
but I want to paint it bright. I think I want to like do like some teal or aqua color and some orange or yellow. So in the dead middle of winter, when everything's all drab and
I've done that
dreary
one.
looking, that's nice.
I redone all that. See how shiny it looked.
Yeah. But I think, in dead middle of winter, if I paint my greenhouse all these bright colors, at least, something nice to come out and look at.
absolutely. Yeah, that was why I was so disappointed in my Cosmo. The one Cosmo, just one flower out of this Cosmo bloomed, and like the next day, it just poof, all the petals fell off. I'm like, what the hell? And the only thing I could figure is a bug or something got to
I
it.
can't believe my echinacea still hasn't bloomed.
My nasturtium hasn't either.
The what?
Nasturtium, It hasn't bloomed at all. But
I'm sorry about that.
it's
Maybe
got
she-
leaves on it that are huge.
Maybe you should go to the doctor for it.
Have you eaten any of the leaves?
Yeah, after Q told me I should. Well, she didn't really tell me I should. She said that she ate them, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try one. And it had like a peppery flavor to it.
All right.
So I thought, well, that's not bad for a flower leaf. I never heard of that. I just thought they're flowers.
You know, pea leaves are edible too, right?
What is?
Pea leaves.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Bob.
I wouldn't advise. Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise it. To me, it's like eating grass.
Oh, okay. No thanks. I tried that as a kid. I didn't like it. See, let's see if I can share it with my computer.
What are you going to show us, Barry?
A pinup girl from the 1930s.
I thought you were going to show us your whatever ailment you had just then. You were talking about
My what?
whatever you say you had wrong with you. I can't even remember the name of it.
The aliens have told me it's perfectly normal to have a transmitter in your bum. I'm still
Well, Miss Kitty,
still not
you did not
convinced.
hear that from me.
All right, let's see. It's silly that you have to tell. You turn the Bluetooth on, then you have to tell it receive a file. But on my phone, it doesn't care who you send it to or what you receive.
Dude, I found one of the most awesome websites the other night. Called. Hold on, I gotta look.
Uh-oh. I hear some rumbling.
What's your stomach or?
No. Sound like it was thunder. Let me go check let me go check something.
Mr.
Oh.
Mr. Robert. It looked like it was covered in Old Bay.
Hey, Bob. How you
Dude,
doing?
I have been getting special weather statements like 4 times a day, like every day for like the last 3 weeks.
Good job, Kat. Every time I've got 2 different apps on my phone, and the one that annoys me the most is the one that is from WKYT TV, because it says 10 minutes after the first strike of lightning hits, lightning has been detected, in your area, and I'm like, oh really? Because 10 minutes ago there's already been 20 strikes. Why are you just now telling me? So I turned it off because it was so slow. Kitties, I love you, but no.
I ain't got no Pornhub channel. I might be, on that. I might have an all fans, but Anyway, the website I found the other day, it's called Tabletop Audio. So, I mean, if you're into like any kind of RPG kind of games, this dude is a composer. And everything on this site is free. He actually even lets you link it to your videos. Yeah, Cornhub. He lets you link it to your videos and all that, as long as you're not monetized.
Yeah.
But if you are monetized, he kind of gives you a little bit of leeway. So, if you're using your money to pay for, a website or buying snacks for your gaming or whatever, he understands all that. But, if you get to be like, 50,000 subs, I guess, then he asks, at some point we need to come to a licensing agreement.
Yeah, that's kind of fair. I've had to deal with that. With,
Right. And I mean, dude is like, the way he set this site up is like, he expects people to be honorable.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think most people in the gaming community would be honorable. But, in this day and age, who knows? But he has all this music composed, and he actually even has like a soundboard that you can use on your computer or your phone. So, like, if you want like a lightning strike or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty
That's
awesome.
cool.
But the website is called tabletopaudio.com. And it's actually now works with Alexa.
Oh yeah. That was this evening.
Nice. Or not.
Yeah.
I never did see that from here. Of course, the trees blocking my view, but
That almost looks like when Sylvanus was going into the nether. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
you know I ain't lying.
Yeah. This what caught my attention about that right there was I noticed like this yellow light
See?
coming into my my living room. I'm like, where the hell's this light coming from? And I stepped out the back door. I said, whoa, the trees were just lit up. And as the sunset changed colors, the trees changed colors, to the east. But
See? Even Miss Kitty says, looks like a dang portal.
that's not all of it. I didn't.
that's I think that was taken when Barry was on his last space flight. That's before they got ready to take off.
That,
They was heading
that,
towards the
that
portal.
was when Sylvanus like, y'all are nothing.
It's a shame.
He doesn't even play WoW, and he knows what I'm talking about.
It's a shame too, because they drew her. She's hot, but she's like an evil hot. It's like, damn it.
She used to be a good person.
She still is,
No,
but
No,
she has to.
No.
No, I think she has to carry on that persona that she's a bitch and.
No, Cubert, that does not mean that. I did not mean to just blow by your question. I did see it.
What was her question?
She wants to know when I'm going to send her leather tools and a corset.
Oh my!
Do you want leather or do you want buckskin?
Are we talking like Xena type outfit here, or
Possibly. She wants a cat of nine tails. I do know that.
oh my God, Q!
But
Oh my
this
God!
this may not be the forum for that conversation.
Yeah. Oh. I think uh,
And he says chainmail bra. Yep. I actually want to make some chainmail.
Chainmail. Oh,
I don't want to make a chainmail bra, but I do want to make some chainmail. Because I want to make like a little piece of chainmail. Just like see how that works. Because, they make them chainmail things that people use to scrub their iron skillets. And I just kind of want to see how that goes down. And chainmail is really easy to make. It's just tedious. And I have a bunch of electric fence wire, so
oh, dude, there you go.
yeah, it's pretty easy. All you gotta do is like take a dowel rod, drill a hole in it, stick it in the drill. You stick the end of that wire in there and let it just turn the drill on and just let it wrap. And that does all your coils. And then you just cut it. And then you just start linking it all together.
I think I would get lost doing that. It would probably end up not looking like anything.
But there are different methods, though. I mean,
Barry's gonna make him some chainmail underwear.
yeah.
Yeah, they hear me coming.
God, I couldn't imagine.
God, summer is not the time to be wearing that kind of stuff.
I don't care, summer, winter, it don't matter. That sounds like a whole lot of pinching and pulling and no.
Oh,
No.
oh my God. Oh, dude. I wasn't even thinking that, but you're right. Absolutely. Hell no. Oh my God.
I told you, Barry.
See?
I don't know about it.
And you talking about Xena. I bet she went through some rough times.
I bet she did. So did
Yeah. What was his name?
It might be fun to crack that whip, but I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it.
the Conan the Barbarian, or
Yeah.
well,
It wasn't Conan the Barbarian. It
It
was
was just Conan, wasn't it?
no. There was that show that come out with that big old feller. I can't even remember his name. Came out about the same time as Xena. Big old kind of dirty blonde headed feller. And they had like crossover shows all the time. Hercules, there you go.
Hercules,
Yeah,
I was getting ready to say that.
Okay.
I was getting ready to say that.
What was his name? It was,
Uh,
Kevin
David
Sorbo.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hercules.
I never really liked Xena that much though. I liked her little sidekick.
She was cute, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was hot. I don't know.
I think she did. Actually, I think she carried the outfit a lot better too. Not just the fact that it showed things, but just the fact that she because of her build, because she was a bit shorter than Lucy Lovelace,
Yeah.
and
Back in the day, I always thought, Lucy Lovelace. I wonder if she was like a descendant of Blackie Lovelace. You know who he was?
no idea.
He was the lead singer of Wasp.
Okay.
But no,
He does, yeah, he does Christian films now.
Kevin Sorbo does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He got out there and said it was too.
Well,
Robert
Xena. Huh?
Sunshine, you leave Xena's mental image in my head alone. Gilbert, I don't need to know all that. We ain't friends like that.
And then fans started doing that. They thought that there was some kind of weird lesbian thing going on between the two, and I was like, no. One thing she was for her character, uh, she was actually a teenager, I think, in that movie, in that show. So that would have made it was more of a mother figure. Although
I don't need to be imagining any kind of lady in some kind of chainmail bikini. That ain't even. No. There's gonna be rust setting in. No. Just no. I watched the short.
good night, old
There was a dude. Huh?
good night, old ways. Good night,
Oh.
Meanwhile.
Good night, always. I watched Short Day. There's this feller. He's a real wholesome feller. He just like I don't know how to describe him, but he does a lot of videos, and he was showing like a video of him at like a Hispanic birthday party, and this Hispanic dude like comes running up behind this girl and picks her up and sets him on her shoulders, and everybody's like laughing and all this. Well, he sets her down, and then he's got like
Oh, oh my God. Okay. Oh, Lord.
he's got a thing. He's got a thing on his back. See, he probably seen the video.
Yeah, it's nasty all day long.
It wasn't nasty, but it totally killed the whole vibe for the party. It's like everybody laughing and having a good time, and all of a sudden it's like, bzz,
Man. I'd be killing me somebody. But it happened to me. Crazier things have happened, I guess.
yeah.
Barry, let's talk about your UFO encounter that I missed.
I'm not. I'm not sure how that all started.
I'm sure you
but,
don't.
I think actually it all started when I mentioned something about tree knocks, and then it sort of snowballed after that.
Hmm.
And maybe I should make like another channel. It's called Storms, Aliens, and Probes or something like that. Storms, Radios, and Sasquatch, or Storms, Aliens, and Sasquatch. There we go. We'll just call it SAS. That'll be the logo, and then we'll just put down the title down at the bottom would be, Storms, Aliens, and Sasquatch. But probably turn into like a conspiracy channel, and apparently those channels are great because they have like thousands of subs.
Bear watch. Oh, Caucasian Sasquatch will hunt you down.
Oh shoot, he's bigger than me.
That's
I've talked to him quite a few times. He's actually came into a few lives I've been in, and we've actually talked. And I don't know. He's okay. He seems been okay, dude.
I'm gonna have to get some duct tape or find a permanent place for this solar panel because it is busted out the bottom of its box because it's got some weight to it. but I had to move it away from the felines because they want to play with it, and I'm afraid they're going to knock it over and shatter it. Well, yeah,
Is
I'm
that a
telling
cat's
on
foot
you,
sticking up in the air?
huh?
Is that a cat's paw sticking up in the air?
Yeah,
It
it's
is, ain't it?
cleaning itself.
I said, what in the world?
Oh,
He's bathing
ask Bushcrafter or Carol right there about my cat showing its rear end on their lives. You know,
time.
it was,
Tell
it
you
was
what,
like
I'm about
everyone, wasn't
I'm
it?
about I'm about over my puppy's rear end.
Oh,
God.
what's the matter? Oh, what's the matter? Go on. Go play. Run free. Run free. You don't need me. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's my real estate.
My dog, I swear, she sleeps like Snoopy.
On her back.
She sleeps on her back and head tilted straight back.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
It's like I told them tonight, and I was like, you know, she's getting almost too big to be up here in the bed.
I was just
She's
about.
she's almost to the point where I mean, we got a king size bed, and she's almost to the point where she's like 3/4 of the way. I mean,
Golly.
she ain't that big. She's probably only, I don't know, maybe 15 pounds. But she's long.
She's not quite there yet, though. Wait till she's an adult, and then it's like, you know, you'll have to run her off because you won't have anywhere to sleep.
Well,
That's the way mom was.
they went to church this morning, and I was sitting there just watching YouTube videos and stuff this morning while they were gone. Well, she crawls up there and she sits on the pillow between like mine and her pillow, which is kind of like Connor's pillow when he's up there. And hey, Passamaquoddy.
Hey,
And she lays her head down right here. And I almost took a picture. Because I was going to say, well, she took Connor's spot. Because a lot of times, like, you know, if Connor lays up there in the bed, he'll lay his head right here and we'll watch movies or be playing games together or whatever. And I was telling Connor, I was like, well, Connor, I think your spot's been stolen. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, she was laying right here. I was like, but you know what? Fair's fair, because you stole that same spot from your mother.
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, yeah. So now you get your spot stolen. So she was all over.
Yeah, when you have pets, especially cats think they own every piece of furniture in their house. I mean, everything is theirs,
Dude,
even though it's not.
this dog,
God.
I don't know. She's a lot different than any dog I've ever had. I will get up out of my chair and I will stand up, and not 15 seconds, she jumps in my chair. I'm like, what the Sam heck?
Yeah.
But then when I'm in the kitchen cooking, she's always right there at my feet.
You gonna drop something? Huh? You gonna drop something? What you cooking there? What you cooking, Dad? Huh?
Yeah, like Carolyn Lowe, pretty much you live in the cat's kingdom. They don't live in your kingdom.
That's why this place. That's why my home is called Catlandia. It's the only fictitious country in America that is run by cats.
Oh, I started to say that that's not the only fictitious country, but you count Washington D.C. as a fictitious country? I do.
Have your cats taken over your place too, Goblin? I'm sure they.
Well, they're in there. Some of them's in the living room passed out, like they've been on a big drunk and they're sitting there passed out. Uh, pretty much whenever they want to. Pretty much.
Yeah, there you go, Carolyn. I've done that actually, and it's just like as soon as I felt that lump in my chair, I'm like, oh my god! And I jump up, and the cat's looking at me like, you bastard! And I'm like, when I got up a minute ago, my chair was empty. I'm sorry, I just wasn't thinking that my chair would have a cat in it, And then you just set your butt down, and you're not thinking, oh my god, I just almost squashed a cat.
I was like, one thing that gets me is like I'll go outside and walk around and all that kind of thing, and I get like these gnats and all this stuff like biting at my ankles, and I'll come back in and wash up and start cooking, and then all of a sudden I feel like a little something on my ankles, and I'm just constantly like looking down, and it's a daggone Freya tail hair brushing against me. And I thought it was another bug trying to bite me.
Exactly. And
That followed me.
that's me. I because I've already found, deer ticks and stuff on me. And
Right.
and then, you come into the house and it's like, well, the cat's fur is everywhere. I don't care how hard you try. And I've already burned up a vacuum cleaner. It was made for cat fur, Bissell of all brands, and I burned it up. But you get that on your skin, and it's funny how sensitive our skin is to a piece, of fur that's micro, and you're thinking, oh my god, it's a freaking tick, and you're like freaking out, and it's just a piece of hair, and you're like, but it once you get a tick or two on you, it's the same thing every year. You know it's going to happen.
Well, I've already had probably half a dozen
Yeah, me
this
too.
year.
Yeah.
And the bad thing is, 2 or 3 of them was in the bed.
Oh.
And I'm like, that's when I really freak out. I'm like, what the heck? So I'm
You
like,
turn off all the covers and look in.
I'm stripping everything
Don't
down and everything going in the washing machine and turn that thing on 400 degrees. And
I know what damn thing's in there somewhere. Turn the bed down.
I'm
Find
telling
it.
her, you need to flee and take that dog again, and I need to dip her in some real poison. I mean, I got stuff to dip the dogs in, but she wasn't old enough. But now she is. But it's also stuff that, I can spray the yard with. But, I'm very conscious about what I spray.
A little rain coming down.
I guess
Can you hear it, Barry?
No.
It's
Must
beating my
just be
road
over
now.
there.
Huh?
Must
I'm
be
living
just over
living
there.
right over here. I get
Oh,
more
well.
rain than Barry does.
You said your prayers are the right way.
Yes.
That's what it is.
No, it's raining. I thought somebody been peeing on my roof.
Carolyn, what is bifenthrin? I mean, I do a lot of research, and I ain't never even seen that.
I don't see any rain. A bug. There's a bug.
I understand, but
Bifenthrin.
I mean, I have pyrethrin and I have permethrin.
Yeah, Pastor McQuarrie, I think we're just tired of the insane lightning show. I mean, after a while, you get to the
Dude,
point.
we're getting like 2 to 4 inch downpours, like almost daily.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've got tomatoes I need to tie up, but I'm afraid to because I'm afraid if I do, we're going to get another downpour. And I mean, we've had winds that have blown down like huge things.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm afraid if I tie them up, it's going to snap them off.
Yeah, my tomato plant got knocked over, and I was afraid that it snapped it because it was right at the a joint, I guess, if you will. And I stood it back up, and everything looked fine. And then tonight we got that downpour, and everything was laying like this. And my tomato plant was, was completely,
Tomato plants, though, they're pretty strong. I mean, even if it snaps off the top, it'll just. Well, I mean, it depends if it's determinate or indeterminate, but if it snaps off the top, it'll just probably start bushing out.
Yeah, because I was making sure it was growing tall instead of wide because it is in a container. And I mean, it was taller than me. I'm 5'6", 5'7", something like that. It was taller than me. From the ground to the bottom of the bucket to the top of the plant. And then it just, it's got knocked over. And I was like, I don't want to lose it because it's not the money. It's just the fact that it's doing so well.
It's the effort
Mm-hmm.
put forth.
A lot of tomatoes on it too.
Hey, Larks.
Larks, good evening.
It still should be pretty good, Barry, if you just set it up.
And I was telling Goblin too, whatever it was, I think it might have been a deer, helped itself to the middle section of a corn stalk. It was the tallest one out of the bunch. And it looked like it was frayed, like a rope. You know how a rope will, it'll fray out. It's got the little threads. That's exactly the way it looked.
Was the ground dry?
No, 'cause I always keep that spot.
Well,
Well,
if the
here
ground
just
wasn't
the other
dry,
day,
you
I was
should have
telling
seen
him,
tracks.
huh?
If the ground wasn't dry, you should have been able to see tracks.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see any unless see, there's pallets at my door because when it rains, I get about this much water at my back door.
I hear you.
So if I don't do that, then I'm walking through puddles to get to the driveway. So it could have been standing on that easily and not left it and still reached the plant. But it came back. You couldn't even tell that it had been eaten by anything.
I kind of figured it would.
Yeah, I was worried. I didn't think it would because it was the best
biggest,
one out of the bunch.
The biggest plants you got to watch, though, is beans. I mean, if they're not protected, every critter out there, the first plant they will go after is beans. Rabbits, raccoons, deer, they'll eat them all the way down to the ground. I mean, even birds, like when beans are just starting to sprout,
Mm-hmm.
they'll eat them to the ground.
We sure is well, actually, there is a quicker way to transfer this. But I shot some video tonight of the rain out there, and there's this old end table that part of it's missing, so I just set it outside so I have somewhere to put my groceries when I'm messing with opening the door. And it had water on it. You know, it had a puddle like it was concave or something. It was sitting on there.
We've got so much rain here lately that I actually have mushrooms growing in my grass.
Huh.
And I mean, that is like a portion of grass that gets sun most all day. I mean, I'm used to seeing mushrooms grow around here, like in some of my raised beds that are shaded,
Yeah.
or like in some of the beds that I put a lot of rabbit manure in, because it promotes mushroom growth. But they're not edible most of the time. But I walked outside this morning to smoke before they went to church, and I got mushrooms in the grass. Like,
I think I do too. Not this recent video, but the one before that. I think I included the. There was one right at the edge of the pallets. I'm trying to find
No.
it. Okay.
I was telling Aquarius, the other day we were about to head to town, and I walked down to my shop, which is here. But they were already in the vehicle, and I came down here and got a pack of cigarettes and was walking back. There's a daggone box turtle sitting there just digging right in front of my greenhouse. And apparently he'd been there a while because he had like a couple good sized holes dug. I ain't worried about him getting in my greenhouse because I have boards that go like probably 6 inches down below the soil. And it's got, hardware cloth all the way around it, 4 foot up. But that is one thing. That thing, I invested a lot of money and I put a lot of work into it, but I have never had a problem with deer, rabbits, anything. And I know if they wanted to get in there, they could. But
Yeah.
I've never had a problem with anything getting in there.
I've never seen a deer close to my house, like right up at the door yet. But I've had raccoon and possum. And, last year, a groundhog. I haven't seen a groundhog this year, so I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't either. Not locally, or not on our property.
This would be a whole lot easier after you plug it into your computer if you could see if you could just pick one file out of the phone itself and not have to go into your Explorer,
Yeah.
and say, okay, I want to send this to, because the videos don't send over Bluetooth very quickly. Nobody's got that much time. We'd be here all night waiting for stupid video to transfer from the phone to the computer through Bluetooth. But I guess, File Explorer is a way to do it, but you would have to name that video before you send it.
Say, Carol even just said she was just reading a comment of a gardener doing permaculture. The rabbits moved in. The first thing they did was eat their beans to the ground.
Well, something did eat one or two of my bean plants, but I've got so many out there that started on their own that if I lose one or two, I'm not going to miss it. The beans, because there's a lot of volunteers out there.
Well,
And I'm not complaining because
Passamaquoddy saying the internet in France and the landlines are shutting down. What's that about?
They're having a big riots over. Yeah, big riots and burning buildings and everything.
Well, I really haven't been online much for the last week. Been pretty busy.
Cayenne pepper.
You know, I don't. Nah, cayenne thing. Don't work.
Wow.
What about cayenne? All around the garden?
Yeah.
Nah, a lot of people say that.
I've never tried it. I can see how it would work, I guess, but I can see the concept of it.
Yeah, I can see the concept of it too, but my rabbits will eat cayenne peppers.
I think the best thing you may want to do is wanted to try it, take some mothballs and throw that around the edge, around the
Don't promote that, dude.
That's what I do.
You know, mothballs are toxic, right?
Yeah, for the most part, if you don't put one or two out.
And you know,
problem.
in most states,
You don't have to broadcast it, kind
I know,
of.
but my mom and dad, they used to. Mom is like, she is so afraid of snakes. Used to, you'd walk anywhere around their house, it smelled like mothballs.
Wow.
The thing is that, rodents and stuff, they'll eat them mothballs, and then an owl or a hawk or an eagle or whatever eats that mouse, it'll kill them.
I use take them and throw them up underneath my trailer if I have a snake problem. I've never had any snakes. I mean, I'm not taking the whole bag and throwing up over there. Maybe one or two.
Right.
About it.
I understand.
But you have to deal with that smell for about a week or two, probably.
Yeah. Beats that smell I've been, that cucumber musk smell I've been smelling. I know what
I'll
that is.
Tell you what, that daggone, yeah, mothballs are dangerous and poisonous to the land. Yeah, it's also against federal law.
There's what my yard looks like tonight while it was raining. And then about the time I started filming, that's when the weather radio started screaming at me. You can see my my corn, my we're in the far back there next to that red cooler. That's where the tomato plant was standing nice and tall, and now it's not so much.
Yeah.
That's what I was dealing with tonight.
Yeah, that ain't too bad. I think that might come out of it.
Yeah, it should be okay. I hope.
Last year I had all my corn blowed over, just laid over. I said, "Damn it! I got to get out there and set every bit of that up." Next morning, went out there, stick it straight up there. The sun drawed it up. I was hoping it would. See, when was that? Last year we had that big windstorm.
Yeah, yeah. There's straight line winds.
That's when I
That's
had my
what ripped the end of my trailer off.
yeah.
I gotta remember. I gotta send you I got a video on my phone, Barry, back when I was building that that Academy Distribution Center. The one I told you there was like almost 2 million square feet.
Yeah.
We had some downpours and it just poured off the roof. And I've got some video where it filled like a hole that they had dug, probably 10, 12 foot deep within like 30 minutes.
Good grief.
But I mean, you got to imagine that's, 2 million square foot building.
Yeah.
Man,
How
I know.
long,
Go ahead.
how long does it take to build a place like that? I wonder.
Well, about 2 years. Well, actually, that one probably took about 2.5 years because we got a lot of rain that year.
Mhm.
So trying to dry it out to pour all the concrete for the slab and all that.
Yeah.
They actually built the roof before they got the concrete slab completely poured.
That's weird as hell looking. You sure your camera wasn't making that red looking hue?
No, it was doing. It was. That's why. Like Carol said, it did. It looked a little bit creepy to her.
I'm surprised I didn't see that. I don't know why I didn't see it.
I don't either. I mean, it lit up everything around to like.
I don't understand that.
That's looking to the west right there. So it
Yeah,
would have
right
lit up everything.
Right towards me.
Well, more towards the guy's got the pond where the creek runs into, and it runs almost parallel with his pond, and would have been in that direction a little bit. Right? I don't know if it's gonna let it show it, but there's right in there's the maddest clouds right there, right after a storm, which is really unusual. There's a cat. It's a cat cloud right there.
I don't know. It looks like Shadowlands to me.
I don't know if you saw it.
There's the Shadowlands right there.
Yeah, wait a minute. Shadowlands right there. I think we could go back. Let's go back to the beginning. I think that was more Shadowlands than anything else. Right.
Yeah, right there.
I don't know.
That one you showed earlier, though, that really looked Shadowlands.
I send that. Well, no, I better not send that to Blizzard because they've been known to rip things off, not give people credit.
Oh no, you stole that picture from us.
No, yeah. There's so many but it's one of the things I loved about World of Warcraft. It had so many references in it and so many Easter eggs, and it was cool that you run up on it and you're like, oh man, no, it's like, I can't believe they threw that in there. And then you're like, because like the whole shit, Leroy Jenkins,
Yeah.
The idiot wasn't paying attention. He was in a raid. He
I was
tore
there.
out screaming, Leroy Jenkins, and it became a thing.
Yeah,
So now it's a title.
I know. That was my ringtone there for a while.
Was it?
Yeah.
Leroy Jenkins. But and it was a player, and then he got like instant fame because it was so funny that it took the whole game by storm. Everybody was saying it, and they were wanting to do the dungeon and everything. And it was like, well, let's make it a title.
But see, I played WoW for so long. When I first started playing, I was on the server that had the very first 60. And his name was Avatar. So then Avatar became a thing. It wasn't really a recognized
Yeah.
term. You know, now it's a show.
I think we're having a redhead fight over in comments.
Uh-oh.
Redhead fights. They're always hot headed anyway. I ain't seen a redhead yet that wasn't hot tempered. Oh, did I say it out loud? I'm sorry.
Hey, better not run up on any redheads here in town because they don't know who watches, and they might just Shanghai you there, Randy. It'd be all over for you.
Ooh, okay, no. I'll talk about them.
Hubert says,
Talk at them.
you better just watch it, Goblin.
Talk to them. Any way I have to do, I'll do it. Around them.
You know,
I just
she
think
has a pretty good proximity which area you live in.
I know that is a bit
well,
scary.
I don't care, because
I'm just saying, and she is a redhead, so I'm just saying.
that's case in point. I rest my case.
Yeah, I tell you, I've dated Serb.
I'll just throw some mothballs out in front of her, and they won't even come in the yard. Gotta get rid of them damn redheads. I know. If we won't get rid of snakes, we get rid of redheads and purple heads and Kool-Aid haired chicks and everything. Mailman, bill
What
collector.
you have to do, you just piss them off one too many times, and they pretty much just tell you off and leave you alone.
That's what you got to do. That's what you have to do it.
I learned the hard way though.
No.
But Barry, you probably deserved it.
I probably did.
I'll be back. I'm gonna step
All right.
outside for a minute.
Oh dang!
I do know a couple redheads that I don't ever want to piss off, and it looked like it'd be really easy to do. And they're not even in YouTube. That one up there at Crossroads, I'd say it wouldn't take much to piss her off because I've seen her mad before.
Chart.
Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everybody has a right to get pissed off at something. It don't have to be,
I'd rather be pissed off than
pissed on.
I almost finished that, but you did anyway.
I did. I just say it.
Oh my God, Cats! What are you doing over there? They're about to knock a chair over.
Well, throw your cats, Barry.
I think they're having a riot. What happened? What happened to you all sleeping over there? You were sleeping. All of you were asleep except maybe one or two. They were being good. Stop walking across my laptop. Thank you. Oh, I still love you. I just don't want you walking across my laptop. My goodness. See? They own everything.
Then people over in France, they write over anything. You know, it don't have to be anything in particular. I mean,
The price of croissants could go up a penny, and they'd be
Yeah.
upset over that.
look how much trouble that Pepe Le Pew had chasing
Pepe Le Pew?
that one cat all over the place. You know, and
Well, to be fair, the poor kitty walked into some wet white paint, and
mhm.
but it was a kind of clever cartoon, but I think it was a little bit above most kids' knowledge. I don't think they should-
It took me a while to get caught up on it.
Guys. Y'all taking over my desk? Nope, I don't think so. Go on.
Well, that's one way of talking about France over where they're shutting the internet off. That's one way of doing it. You know, if you want to control the flow of toxic information or however you feel it toxic it is, censorship is what it is, but they can shut it off here too.
That was mentioned a few times here recently too.
Which would technically it wouldn't bother me a bit. They did. I would care less. I'd probably run around in circles and but they can do that. They have the kill switch. They can do it. They can cut that. Now I can see them cutting the
Switch.
the internet down, but the landlines. Well, that's going a little bit too far because I guess they're doing that because they don't want them to coordinate their writing. What boiled down to, which
Well, all writing does. Yeah, I like that
I'm back.
song too. By the way, Gear. All writing does is tear up your own town, and then you're gonna whine and complain. Oh, they brought my Starbucks back after I tore it apart. Where's my Starbucks? I'm mad. When are you gonna fix this place? I need my double latte soy burger.
I haven't been keeping up with it too much, but I know they were writing over. But I never did figure out or find out what they were even writing over. Evidently, it's legitimate. They thought it was big enough to write over. So, but it worked pretty good back during the Spanish Inquisition, and when they beheaded them, the Queen over.
Unfortunately, there's no sunlight in here.
Oh my Lord!
Thought I was gonna have to herd a cat. This
It-
I had like
It's
Huh?
one of the cats that knock it off and already be playing with it.
they already did, but somehow this little guy has survived while all the others are broken. This is the only one that
Dear?
still works.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Gear, you were my kind of feller. If you like got rid of the Tupac and Nelly.
Hey, you might as well join the show too. Oh, everyone else has jumped up here. Okay. Oh my God. Ah. Tamper. Hey, no. No, you're not going to shatter that. Oh my God, no.
Well, didn't France have that yellow vest protest a couple years back or 3 years back? It fizzled out pretty quick.
It lasted, what, a week? I don't remember that. I remember.
Yeah, everybody was doing it was wearing yellow vest or something, some kind of shit like that.
And
Was that
just
during? I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I just wondered if that was during the pandemic.
No, I think it was before that.
No, okay.
Or it might have been a little bit during. I can't remember.
Yeah, Gear, I don't like death metal, and I'm a
There's going to be a
diehard
shortage of French fries now. As short as we're sitting here, we're not going to be able to get no more French fries.
Oh,
DJ,
But French fries weren't developed in France. They were developed
What?
in Greece.
where they get the term French fries at? It's made in France.
No, but they were developed. They were cooked in Greece.
Oh, Greece. Got you. Which, that was pretty good. I give him good credit to that. I would never sell that. That's a good one. I like that.
That was a major dad
It took me a
joke right
second.
there.
It took me a second to catch on to what he was saying. Cooked in Greece.
Sorry, what you
We can make some geography jokes.
Come here. Oh, no, I know you were sleeping. Come here, baby. Come here.
Very.
Oh, goodness. Actually, no, Passamaquoddy. Charlie was sleeping, and I just disturbed her, but there she is. I know she's your favorite, and oh, okay. I'm sorry. I know you were sleeping. All right. Up there by mom. Well, that's not your mom, but your aunt. Whatever.
I had a bad dream one time. I haven't had it in a long time. I dreamt I was Dolly Parton's baby, and she was breaking me from breastfeeding. That was the awfulest dream I had. I ain't had it in a very long time, but it woke me up. I was sweating.
So the
Woke
bigger
up.
question is, did you get drowned by Mountain Dew?
Oh no, I don't think so. But I was pretty wet.
Oh gosh, I gotta stop. This ain't the place.
Charlie.
Oh yeah. Loretta was a pretty good woman.
Yeah.
I was born
I knew-
a coal miner's daughter.
She called me a heathen.
Heathen.
I knew Loretta personally.
It's
Hair.
she was probably, in my opinion, the only truly legitimate country music singer that was alive up till she passed away. She was true. I mean, you could tell that. Of course, I don't know her personal life or anything, but
I knew some things about her personal life.
Dolly's
She
broke my
died
heart.
dang near broke.
Well, that's a shame.
I can believe that. You know, they generally do.
Well, it's a lot of it because of her kids.
Well, they'll do it too.
Yeah, kids will.
Break you, make you or break you, one of the two.
Ow. Ooh, God.
Well, here's a joke I just seen online. Want to hear a joke about paper? Never mind. It's terrible.
Terrible. Barry's going, what the hell?
Did you read that joke off of a Laffy Taffy rapper?
No. What do you call a bundle of hay in church?
A bundle of hay.
A bundle of hay in church.
I don't know.
Christian Bale.
Oh God, that's bad. That's corny. You can't. I'm gonna think of another one here. I know one.
Q says paper jokes will slice you.
You don't want to. You don't want to do anything naughty in a potato patch because they have eyes that will see you. In a cornfield, they'll hear every word if you tell a secret.
How does
That's
cereal pay its bills?
That's what I heard anyway.
How does cereal pay its bills?
I'm not sure.
With checks.
Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. With checks.
Yes.
Oh my
It's
God.
getting worse all the time. But funny.
Mr. Conway Tweedy. Yeah, Conway was awesome.
Conway Twitty.
I think Aquarius can pull off Conway. I can pull off Conway, I think. But not tonight.
Dead airspace. I don't know. Hmm?
Oh my God.
I said it's getting worse all the time, but it's funny. Now you got me. I can't even think of any now. Any that I'd want to say on air anyway.
Yeah. Good thing I'm not trying to, like go to bed or anything because all this stuff. My God.
Well, I tell you what, I think I figured out what planet Barry went to when the aliens abducted him. I know what planet he went to.
Uranus.
Uranus.
What has 5 toes and isn't your foot?
You know what?
My foot.
I'm gonna mute my mic while I laugh.
Anyone looking to buy a DeLorean? Good shape, good mileage, only driven from time to time.
Oh my god.
Kill me now. Go ahead. Slice me up.
What do you call a sad cup of coffee?
A bad cup of coffee, say.
A sad cup of coffee.
I'm afraid to say.
A depresso.
Oh my god. Depresso. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, this one here is good. Just say no to drugs. Well, if I'm talking to drugs, I probably already said yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's what happened on this road. Oh, here comes your daddy. He's
Does that
gonna get
explain
you.
your neighbors there?
Pretty much, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
What
Just
we
got
got
back
more?
from yeah, I got some more.
Go ahead.
Just got back from my job interview where I was asked if I could perform under pressure. I said I wasn't too sure about that, but I could do a wicked Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh my god. A Queen joke. Oh my god. A Queen joke.
What karaoke challenge? Hubert. Q just said something about karaoke challenge.
Oh my god, it's even getting worse in the comments. The jokes. 6:30.
Well, I'll quit reading then.
No,
Miss
tell
Kitty.
some more. Tell some more. I'm gonna I'm gonna get enlightened. Barry's over doing something. I don't know what he's doing. He's not paying attention. He's not interested.
How do you make a waterbed bouncier?
Wanting to say that.
Add spring water.
Oh my god. That was nicer than what I was gonna say. But
Barry, I guess I'll have to promote you because you're probably losing subs.
I don't give a shit.
He done lost about 20 or 30.
It's a hobby to me at this point. I mean, I'm just having fun with YouTube, you know.
Ooh, I don't
It's
know.
not like they're gonna make me rich or anything.
Talk about something. Something.
Word in
Women
English.
should not have children after 36. Really, 36 children is enough.
Yeah.
Oh, here is a frog joke. What happens when frogs park illegally?
They get towed.
Yep.
I just threw a stab at it. Well, since we're on bad jokes, where does Dracula go to cash a check at?
Where?
The blood bank.
Barry, you talking about thunder? That was my thunder, Barry.
I'm sorry.
But
It's
you're
back.
right. But you're
Just
right.
rewind. Just
No,
rewind.
we
We
can't
get
do that. That's
redo.
the
Mulligan.
moment of. Oh my God! Somebody's singing a "Sweet Caroline." Da, 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 da. Who sings that damn song? I can't remember. Neil Diamond. Oh my God.
Well, much worse, like the monkeys.
Not much.
I don't know.
I like some of the monkey songs, but they didn't write them.
No, I don't think Davy Jones knew how to write any.
No, none of them wrote the songs. They were all now after they busted up and everything. They did. Some of them might wrote their own stuff. But they never was an actual group. They were a fictitious group, like the Archies. What got the monkeys into the spotlight was when they had their TV show. That's what on Saturday mornings.
Monkeys had a TV show for a while.
Yeah, on Saturday mornings. They had some movie too. It's called Planet of the Apes, 1, 2, and 3. That's another bad joke I made. No, seriously. I didn't know it because about the monkey, but they wasn't a real group.
You know, if you donate a kidney, everybody loves you and you're a hero. But if you donate 5 kidneys, everybody's yelling at you and the police get called.
Oh my God! What are y'all tearing up? What are you doing?
Oh well, I think I'm gonna get off her in a minute and go to bed at 2:30, past my sleeping beauty time.
That's
Neil
really
Diamond.
working for you.
You might need them in a
Yeah, I need to.
beauty sleep.
Yeah,
Just saying.
yeah. Neil Diamond. Oh my God, whoever likes Neil Diamond has got some issues. Somebody had to like him because he does pretty well.
And,
Easy now.
Barry likes Neil Diamond, but he ain't gonna tell you.
I like Neil Diamond.
Don't you, Barry?
If y'all,
You got all these albums, don't you?
Oh yeah, you know it.
oh my God.
Oh my God! Somebody got a whole stack of them. Somebody got a whole stack of his albums there in chat.
Gear says next time you're cold, sit in the corner. It's 90 degrees. But I will say, in retrospect, most houses, corners are not 90 degrees.
Not too far from here, there was a guy that died in a silo. Uh, he was trying to find a corner to pee in and run himself to death. I heard that from 2 or 3 people. Trying to find a corner to pee in.
Oh, Siri, I asked my phone, why am I so bad with women? She responded, I'm Bixby, you moron.
Oh, well, not all the stack of albums are Neil Diamond. Well, that's good.
My wife and I were out to dinner, and the waitress started flirting with me. She obviously has COVID, my wife says. Why? I asked. Because she has no taste.
Oh my God.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, Barry, I'm gonna get off here. I done wrecked your channel enough. I've done my duty for the day.
Sooner or later, it was going to happen anyway. So
I've wrecked your
don't
channel
beat
to
yourself
hell
up
and back.
over it.
I pissed off every redhead between here and California. And
But they're just mad at you, not me. So I'm
and,
good.
and from South Plum up to Canada, I pissed them off too. So
Connecticut.
I pissed everybody off today. I've done a good job. So I'm gonna hop off here, Barry. I'll catch you later sometime tomorrow or something. You the bushcrafter, yeah, have a good one.
You too, man.
Alrighty.
We'll see.
See you.
What's Harry Potter's favorite way to get down the hill? Walking? Just kidding. Rolling. J.K. Rowling.
Oh my God. Wait. I better check on the subscriber count here. Uh,
So I may have lost.
our highway department.
What the
clears
heck, Hubert? She says, we mad at Goblin. And I know she's mad at Goblin just because he was making redheaded jokes. And I thought about, after I stepped outside, coming back in saying, you know, she's redheaded enough where she would drive her butt down through Kentucky to go to Tennessee to get her some leather before she made it to Alabama.
Is that true, Q? Yeah,
You too, you.
Yeah, have a good one, Gear. Always a pleasure to have you in there. You can't Q. I'll fill you in on something. I've known Goblin for years. You can't take everything he says to heart. So, you know, you have to. You got to have a filter like I do. Sit through the.
Man, I mean, you know, you got them Southern boys that they just, I don't know, they don't try to do things in certain, like, organic ways, I guess I'll put it. I mean, I know people down here that are half my age and they use all kinds of chemicals to try to grow plants or whatever, you know. I mean, to me, if you're gonna do all that, you may as well just buy it at the store. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't have any chemicals on my stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm fighting with it, but it's growing.
Oh, it's an uphill battle. There ain't no doubt about it.
Mhm. Literally up the hill. That's where it's at. That's where I'm having trouble. This one over here by the back door where I showed that video a little while ago.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I couldn't ask for better. And I haven't treated that soil. Well, nope, wait. No, I put some 444 on it before I planted anything. But that's not much of anything.
Everything I've planted this year, I filled my wagon up with compost and a whole lot of rabbit manure. A lot of rabbit manure. And
Fly? God.
Carol, I'll get right back to that. The rabbit manure, and I either use coconut coir or peat moss, which I've got a big thing of peat moss that I'm trying to finish up.
Sorry, Katie.
And then this year, I couldn't find any perlite, and then all of a sudden, oh well, we got perlite now, and he brings out he tells me, well, we got a 4 cubic bag full of perlite, and I told her we don't need a bag that big. Like, well, why not? I'm like, that is a big bag of perlite. Because, perlite don't weigh nothing, and, it's kind of expanded. But, I don't care. I was like, whatever. A 4 cubic foot bag of perlite, like, size-wise, if I squat it down, it's bigger than I am.
Damn.
It's probably, full, probably 4 foot tall, and 2.5. Yeah, probably about 30 inches, square. But I was like, whatever. Because, I can use it with hydroponics and all this other stuff. But I do believe we need, she said she went to smoke.
Oh, yeah. You have to have a talk with him or her.
Well, you can just email her to Canada. Okay, so let's deal with all the Miracle Grow. Alright, Carol. Scratch off that black cow crap. Because it's crap. And yeah, you should know by now. I'm usually against Miracle Grow and 7 and Roundup and all that stuff.
I may have to just go ahead and get a mounting bracket and stand that thing up out in the yard.
With your solar panel?
Yeah, because these cats are, cats love cardboard. It's not going to last long. The box is not going to last that long. It was already busting out when they brought it to me. I mean, it literally busted right in front of us, when he was pulling out off the truck. I was like, yeah, it's all right. I still have to carry it up the hill because he couldn't get up the hill at the time. It was before they did all the work to it. And
So they
the
fix
road,
your hill.
yeah, I mean, it's gonna wash away again. But at least now, when it washes away, it's gonna wash away more towards the other side of the road instead of more towards my place, which uh, there's more water coming off of the hill from, if it makes sense, from my side of of the road than it does the other side. So the other side is where the ditch is. That's going to run off into the main ditch on the side of the main highway. But it's still going to wash out. There's no way around that unless they put some gravel down, and it needs to be that, that pea gravel or something like that, because, But anyway, it had already popped out of the bottom, and I ran up and grabbed the bottom of it real quick, and I carried up the hill that way. So, good product, and I'm not going to show the name because I don't want, I might want them as a sponsor one day or something. But
Oh, that's fine.
they could package their stuff better.
So it did.
Let me show you. I'll just show you.
Did it direct ship from them to you,
Um,
or did it go through
I think it went through
Amazon or something?
I think it went through a third party because I did order it off Amazon.
Well,
Well,
okay.
That's all there is to it.
Hey, Jonesy.
I mean, I'm pulling it up out of there. There's really not that much protection. So, I don't know. I'm going to put it in another room, though, real quick, and maybe they'll forget about it. But there it is. I guess I could say it's an expert power. I don't think there's any harm in mentioning the name of the company. It's not like I'm degrading them because I have nothing bad to say about them.
So is it working?
Yeah.
You haven't hooked it up yet.
Yeah, I've had it hooked up. And the battery was already at like something like 50%. So I set this out and just ran the cables in next to those fins on the side of the air conditioner. It's a window air conditioner.
Right.
And hooked it up, and I let it run half the day, and it brought the battery up to like 80 something percent, and that was on a cloudy day. And then I disconnected it because the cats are getting a little bit too curious. But so everything works. The only thing I need is,
And you don't have a ladder.
huh?
And you don't have a ladder.
No, sure don't. And I don't really have much of a roof to put it on.
You don't need much of a roof.
Well, I'm saying structurally wise, it's
I know, but I mean, all you need is a little bit of roof and some framework under that roof on the edges, to where you can put a bracket. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. There we go.
Oh, Q.
Battery's a lot smaller than I expected, but that might actually be a good thing because batteries can be heavy as hell.
Yeah. You know, Q. Nathan's is one of my favorite hot dogs, and now I found out who owns them now. I don't remember who it was. It's been few months. God, I hate having. No, Smithfield.
A name, huh? Smithfield?
Yeah, Smithfield, which is now owned by the Chinese.
Oh, wonderful.
And Chinese bought out Smithfield. I guess it was like 2 years ago.
I'll tell you what doesn't taste as good as it used to anymore is Eckrich stuff. The Eckrich, I used to eat the heck out of those jalapeno cheddar smoked sausages. I can't stand them now. I got a package in there that I won't touch because they've changed something about the recipe that they are not good anymore. I don't. Ugh, they're bad. Be right back.
All right, then. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of companies. They just yeah. We never know who owns who. I mean, it's like I've been complaining about Roundup and Monsanto and all that mess for years, but Monsanto was absorbed by Bayer like 8 years ago, just
You know
to
what?
kind of get rid of their bad name. And then Bayer ended up having to pay out something like $4 million for people that suffered problems with Roundup.
Well, you know your troubles don't disappear just because your brand has changed hands or you changed the name of the brand. People are going to know that, eventually find out that, oh, I just sold Bayer out to Monsanto. Oh, I remember what Bayer did. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Barry, and you know as well as I do, a lot of people ain't going to do the research. So, oh, well, Monsanto's a bad company and they did this and that and da. Oh,
Yeah.
Monsanto doesn't exist anymore. So, Scott's, Miracle Grow, Bayer, or Scott's, Miracle Grow, Roundup, all that falls under Bayer, which is a pharmaceutical company. Now stop and think about this. I think we may have had this discussion in the past. A pharmaceutical company owning a company that produces chemicals that people are using generically to make themselves sick.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that wonderful?
So one little lawsuit here and there, pay out $1 million here, $1 million there. But
What used to be like a nostalgic name to me growing up, Bear, you think Bear aspirin.
I know.
And then it's like they pull that rug out from underneath you and you're like, son of a bitch. Okay, well, I don't like them anymore. It's like, hey,
I just found out, I don't know, maybe 9 months ago. Johnson and Johnson, they had a big lawsuit against them. People that were working in the mines and in health industry, filed a claim. Talcum powder. They don't make talcum powder. Everybody thinks they still do, but it doesn't have talcum in it anymore. Or talc. Now it's just cornstarch. Talc caused all kinds of lung issues. Didn't hear about that, did you?
Yeah, because it's got smaller particulates, and you can actually inhale it, and it stays in your lungs.
Yeah,
Wasn't that was talc, wasn't it? That was doing that.
yeah, it was talc.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of people don't know about that. I mean, if I hadn't looked it up because I was trying to build a project using talc and found out, well, I can use baby powder, but it's not readily available anymore. I mean, you almost got to be like looking into like getting things from like chemistry industries to get talc.
Hey, Radio Jonesy. Well, it kind of makes you wonder too that I would
I
try.
mean, it all aggravates me because, I mean, you know, when we grew up, you never seen any kind of commercial on TV for any kind of pharmaceutical products. So that tells you where the money is.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, Q.
What the heck? Appears being done. It's not so smart, is it? It's not been right since it went to 11 without my permission. I had updates turned off and somehow it still managed to sneak it by me. So it's a hybrid 10, but it's actually 11.
You're running 11 now?
Yeah. So I'd only found out because I went in there to clean out, files and stuff, and then I ended up looking over in the system, and it said Windows 11. I'm like, when did that happen? It's because I've been trying really hard to avoid it because I've had a lot of people with bad experiences with it, and I was afraid that it would brick my laptop, but it's not. I haven't seen any difference.
But it's like Jonesy talking about corn. I mean, you gotta think, okay, cornstarch. So where's that come from? Corn.
Only Q.
So what kind of get together you got going on tomorrow? Gear? Maybe I need to go to Missouri. Anyway, but corn, they've been cutting down rainforests and stuff just to plant corn.
Why? Because we sold all our land to other countries.
Yeah. And I mean, I was reading something a long time ago. They said just the amount of feed to feed the cattle, that we butcher,
Mm-hmm.
it would take all of the United States and half of Canada to raise that much corn. And you got all these people starving to death, and we're raising feed corn. But I also know that's not completely true because I know, like, Indiana, Illinois, It's kind of Midwest area. I've drove through all that, and a lot of that is like ethanol corn. I mean,
Yeah, because they give
I've
that away
worked
because
I've worked at 4 different ethanol plants, and basically, when they build an ethanol plant, they cut down a cornfield and build it. That way, it's surrounded by cornfields.
don't there. Yeah, I thought their little signs out next to their field kind of gave it away that it was for ethanol.
Right. But I do know, there's a lot of corn that goes to feed every year. I mean, I've seen how much feed prices have increased the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, right before COVID, I could get a bag of cracked corn for chickens or pigs or whatever for like $5 a bag. A bag of cracked corn now is $20.
Q, if you're going to bed, have a good night over there. We'll talk at you tomorrow, I guess. Later today.
Good night, Cubert. We ain't crazy. You's crazy. Even though you want you a big old wiener is what she said. She wants her big old Nathan wiener.
I saw that. I wasn't quite sure how to respond to it, so
Yeah. That's why I said a Nathan wiener.
yeah.
Well, enjoy your time, Cubert.
Hey, no, I never said, just for the record, Carol and Q, I never said there's anything wrong with redheads.
No, you didn't. I didn't either. I just said I've had issues with some, but
Some of the best relationships I had were with redheads.
yeah. Oh my gosh. She don't want Nathan's wiener.
My goodness. Yeah, good night, Q, on that.
I'm not
that
even going to
note.
go there because I know where that's going.
Yeah, to the gutter.
I'll send you a chain mail. I'll send you a chain mail bikini. Of course, she said she could ride that, so or maybe that wasn't no words to use.
Sometime I've got to get this wood stove out of here. And say good riddance to that little fire trap. That's all it is a fire hazard now. So I'm probably gonna switch to propane just because it's easier for me to handle, especially since stop, kitty. I struggled so much this past winter with wood.
She just says, Can't believe y'all was talking about wearing a chain underwear, and didn't even think about the side effects that would have.
Ouch. What? Well, it's got the meanest look. Come here and show that mean face to the audience. Boy, looks could kill. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Keep that mean look on your face. I just want to share that
Carol's
look of
asking,
disgust.
can you switch to any of his other houses?
Ow.
No, it wasn't you, Carol. It was Hubert that said that.
Yeah.
And Barry's like, well, I'd wear me some chain. I'm like, dude, have you thought about the repercussions? She may have missed that. I think that was when she was away.
No, we don't. No, it took Tennessee to point out that tender spot situation there to change my mind pretty quick about that. Although in Walmart, anything goes. You can wear anything you want to in Walmart. And I'd say chain anything.
You could probably wear chainmail to Walmart, but I'm going to tell you something. Down here where we live,
Yeah.
you're going to have some swampage kind of thing going on
Yeah.
and some rust.
And metal, on sweaty skin just stinks. It's got a metallic. At that point, you probably start tasting it. Just,
Probably wouldn't need to taste it. You'd probably drop to your knees once you all that pinching once you started walking.
yeah.
You'd probably almost be better off with a whole bunch of baby kittens in your lap. Just put it that way.
Yeah, really. To answer your question, Carol, I'd be better off. I'd be better off like buying a Sprinter van, fixing it up to live in, before I would expect anything better to live in from the landlord. I would. Well, no, I better not get into that. I do know. Let me put it this way: I do know what happened to my Jeep for sure now. Because suddenly, after spending all that time in jail, they got religion or whatever, and they spilled the beans on it. So I won't be seeing it anytime soon. So we'll just put it that way. It's in a salvage yard. Yeah. So it was a nice ride.
Well, things happen.
But
I know.
I'm telling you.
It creates a lot of animosity and all that. Believe me, I know.
But, I don't know. It's when I really get down to it, I only use 3 rooms in this house. I sleep in a living room here. This is the kitchen, and there's the bathroom, which is the next room over. I don't need any more than that. It's just me. And I live, I wouldn't say I'm a minimalist, but I've gotten rid of a lot of things over the past year and a half. And you wouldn't believe how freeing that feels. You get, all that stuff I didn't need, all that crap that I thought I better hold on to. I got rid of it, didn't even miss it.
Well, Aquarius, if you would step up here, maybe you'd find out. Because I got to go outside real quick.
But I did put the link up, and he said, I don't know. He said something about not being able to come up on panels.
He was eating.
Well, Yeah, I do need, you're right. Past McClady, I do need room for my preps, but
I have a thought on that. If you're mobile, you don't need preps.
well, maybe a certain.
Well, to a certain degree. But,
Yeah.
you know, you can always have the capability to go get what you need.
Anytime I want to.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, there's a difference between prepping and being paranoid, you know? But anyway, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, but I mean, because I've just I would have to start thinning out the herd, which is going to kill me. But on the other hand, it's like I should have already found homes for some of these kittens, and hopefully that'll happen soon. But when you only use 3 rooms out of a home and 2 of them are multi-purpose, or one of them is multi-purpose, how much more do you need? It's when you start to weigh the pros and cons, which I've watched a lot of videos about van life, and it's not glamorous for one thing, but it's not much more than what I'm already using now. Same thing with a tiny house, tiny home. A 14 by 40 or something like that would be perfect. It might be almost overkill, but it's certainly better than practically begging somebody to do their job. If I was a landlord and I was renting you a home, that home that I'm renting out is an investment. That's something that I have invested in, and I'm entrusting you to take care of it and let me know when something needs fixed. The money that I get from rent isn't there to fill my pockets. That's supposed to go into the bank account for that house in case something breaks down. That's why you pay so much on, a security deposit. A lot of places want first month's rent and a security deposit, which is usually the same as your rent amount. So let's say you're renting something for $1,500. Well, $1,500 is your first month's rent plus your deposit. I don't know anybody can afford that, but that's where things are going these days. But the point I'm trying to make is when you rent something out, if you're a landlord, you rent it out, it's your responsibility is to keep it up to code. If something breaks, hopefully your tenant will tell you that something's broken. This guy would rather just line his pocket with $300 a month. Maybe he needs it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't nose into his financial situation, but I do know that none of it's gone towards fixing the place, and its age is catching up with it. And it's something that I've talked to several people about here. But, one day I'm just going to have to say I'm done and strike out on my own, because you get to a point where a place isn't safe, then you shouldn't be there. But as I said, the cost of rent is in other places is so out of reach for me. Yeah, it just, especially government housing. I wouldn't go to government housing just for the fact that I've been there before, and wasn't fun. Oh my God!
What's happening, young man?
It's the Jedi of Aquarius.
It is.
How
It
you
is.
doing, sir?
Hey, brother, I'm okay.
Good.
Trying to have a little more chill in my weekend than what it has been throughout the whole week. Yeah.
You staying cool down there?
It's cool right now. It was
Yeah.
like living in a sumo shorts earlier though. And
That's
hot.
it's kind of what I was worried about. I was thinking how hot it gets down there.
Yeah. Well, honestly, there's you folks up north and out in Oklahoma and Arkansas, there's a bunch of heat that's been going up north, and there's a lot of people that have been way hotter than we get down here. When you see 115 degrees show up and that's the actual temperatures, and we don't ever see 115 degrees. That was
Yeah,
Oklahoma.
Robert,
Oh, you still up here? I gotta go.
did you see what I said earlier about that Texas heat was headed our way?
That Texas heat's headed our way.
Yeah.
Is it?
We're like at 100, 110.
Yeah, well, they need to keep it. They need to hold on to it.
Well, I seen they said it was headed to the southeast.
Yeah, I don't want it. Well, this RV ain't bad. I mean, it's when I first moved here, I still had all my trees except for just what I needed to cut down to get my RV up in here.
Mm-hmm.
And gosh, it stayed shaded everywhere here, and damn, it never dried out. And tornado come up, and then I got a little sketchy about some of these other trees. I'm like, okay, so I cleared out a bunch of trees, and predictably so, it will roast here now. But I've got some mulberry trees. I've got a few mulberry trees and a couple of peach trees right outside my door, and I can literally open my door and pick a peach off of a peach tree. I don't have to step out. I just open a door and it's there. It's that close. So everything along the front side of my RV is shaded, completely shaded. So that's really helped. I just got to get the top of it. Got to put a solar shade over there. I normally put a shade of some kind across my RV every year. John gave me a good idea for a design I may put into something I hadn't thought about before. But anyhow, yeah, it's not that bad. It's hot though. It's been bearable. Got my fan going. But so what's going on with you, Barry? That's what I was wondering. Are you fixed to move? Are they jacking up the rent? What I'm hearing you talk about stuff, but I don't know what you're saying.
No, it's something I guess pretty much I'm just telling myself that you better expect it, that moment to come, that I will have to admit that he's not going to fix anything. This place is falling apart faster than I can patch it, and I'm tired of patching it. It's not my job to patch it. And I guess what I'm doing is just coming to grips with the fact that one day I'm just going to have to say I'm done, and pick up roots, and
Yeah.
because one day a storm's going to come through here, and I'm going to wake up and I won't have, I won't have a wall, or I won't have a roof. It's just,
Yeah, and it won't be built back, that kind of thing. Well, yeah, you really need to. I mean, it's until you,
It would
if
be
it ain't
different.
yours, you just got no say. If it's yours, you have pretty much say in everything that's going to go on it and on with it and everything. And you don't need much. You don't need much of your own stuff, your own place. And it gets easier then. But
Says you.
that says me, yeah. Says me. Um, um, uh, I my little cheap place on the wrong side of the tracks has been my saving grace for a number of years, and I highly recommend it. I ain't got much, but when I lay my head down on that pillow, it's good sleep. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to worry about that. But you're right. I mean, there's extra when people have got a house, they're either mortgaging it or they're paying rent or whatever on a great big box full of air to hold a bunch of stuff. And I've always loved small houses, tiny homes, and the vans, the conversion vans that people do, and all kinds of stuff like that. Because if the smaller your home and the smaller your bills are, the more you can live life, right? And that's always been like my philosophy. Um, I don't need all that, and you can do the same thing, man. You can have yourself a smaller situation there. And the money you've been paying in rent, you pay for something else.
yeah.
A lot of people get them a little travel trailer first, just a little travel trailer. You don't need much as a single man, or most people don't. Single man with 50 cats, cats in there. Yeah.
Actually, it would only.
And you can live quite comfortably. I don't know. If you ever want to hear that kind of story and that kind of talk, let me know, and I'll, talk your ears off, give you some ideas. But
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly has to be better than what I'm dealing with now. And
the biggest thing is finding that cheap piece of land where you want it and all that kind of stuff. The land and the ability to do things on it, that's the biggest piece of homework, for anybody to do. Once you got that, there's pretty good options out there for you. Easy, cheap stuff, Yeah.
I mean, even besides that, I mean, if you did some kind of like camper van or conversion van or whatever, I mean, you could do like little side jobs here and there, and you could travel the country.
yeah,
I mean, you can stay in a daggone campground for next to nothing. Any state campground, you can stay for like 2 weeks at a time. Of course, they're not as cheap as they used to be, but there
No,
are some out there that are still free and whatnot. But
It's, uh,
they certainly would put me somewhere where I'd feel more comfortable because I love nature. I would.
well, if you're paying, if you're paying rent now, and you can make that jump to something else, yeah, you have that transition time where it's going to be more expensive because you're getting out of one and moving into another thing. But you do that, and once you're through with that, then everything you paid on rent is being paid to something that you own, no matter what it is. But you don't need anything. I'm gonna shut up. Okay, I'm just gonna quit talking. 'Cause I run mouth too much. I don't know what you need. You know what you need.
I thought you were out of line. I think I probably would have told you in a nice, friendly friend way.
Yeah,
A friendly friend.
hey, I ain't never out of line. I ain't never out of line. This may not be what you want to hear. Anybody else wants to hear.
Kipper's
you know.
back. She
B.
was going to bed.
Hello, B. You're up.
Maggie came home. But I would
Exactly.
say the only reason she's back is because somebody else got up on panel.
Well, I had a house and went through divorce and everything, and then went through bankruptcy with this big old house and this big old house payment and all that kind of crap, right? And all the big bills that went with it. So I moved into an apartment, an efficiency apartment, small place. It's fine. I've got 2 kids, 2 young kids, and it was okay, for what we needed and everything at the time. But I was paying rent, and rent's always going up. And back then, that was a long time ago. I mean, I was paying like $500 a month, and it was going up and up and up. And I said, okay, I can't stand this. I can't stand renting, So I got to do something else. And so I bought an RV, a used RV at an auction. And then I bought a piece of land, a cheap piece of land. Well, I found a trailer park to put it in. And instantly my rent went from at this point, over $500 a month down to $75 a month, the lot rent.
Mhm.
And so while I was there renting with the lot rent at a mobile home place, I started looking for a cheap piece of land where I wanted it. And so then that come up and I bought it and moved my RV to it. So it's, these little steps that you take. And, you can get there, but it's, everything that you're not spending on that rent and them high dollar expenses, it goes towards your betterment and not somebody else's.
Yeah. Yeah.
My only thing is, Mary, I know you have a pretty good relationship with your landlord, but I also know that, well, since we've talked, you had a pretty good relationship with him, but you did not know where that relationship was going to end up as far as if something happened to him.
Yeah,
So you were doubtful about the future.
because he's up there in age.
Right. But I mean, if y'all could come to some kind of agreement then I wouldn't say uproot. But if he's not willing to make any kind of agreement and make that known to his kids, then I'd say you need to do what you need to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I have already come to the conclusion that that's. Although he had already said yes once about me buying this lot I'm on, it was pretty clear that after he let me know that he took a mortgage out on this place, that wasn't going to happen. And so that's when I got to thinking. That's when the light came on. I was like, okay, you got some options that been presented to you now that weren't there before.
Well, if he's
I
taking a
didn't want-
mortgage out on that place, and if he's up that high in years, his family is not going to be leaving great love for him when he passes.
No, and they could care less. They could care less. I mean,
He better have a big insurance policy, is what I'm saying.
yeah, I don't know, but what it all boils down to is mismanagement of his investment.
Because I mean,
And
can you imagine taking out a mortgage when you're 70, 80 years old and leaving your kids with that?
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't do that to mine. But
if you didn't have a decent life insurance policy.
Yeah. Carol, I don't know. I didn't go and I didn't ask, but his one of his offspring, without saying which one, put him in that position. He didn't have any chance. He didn't have any choice but to pay a debt with another debt. I think he could have handled it a different way, but it's not my place to tell him how to spend his, i.e., my money. So that's when the light came on. I said, I wanted to stay here. I mean, y'all seen this place is beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're getting the garbage all cleared out because they didn't have any choice. But you have to come to that, I finally came to that conclusion. It's not forever. And this is not a permanent situation.
Well, that's like I rented a house from my father for a while. I don't know, 4 years. Him and his wife had split up, and they were both still friendly with each other, and they had like split custody of their kids. Like one of them was like 12, and the other one was like 16. And the kids would come over, and and he was a handicapped veteran. He actually had a fake leg and all that. And I would see him doing stuff around town, like putting a roof on the house. So I mean, dude was a hard worker. So I mean, I pay my rent every month, and I mean, it was a big old house, and I had to pay my rent 1 month to him, and then the next month to her, because the agreement was they didn't want each other handling their portion of their money, because apparently that's why they split up. Well, come to find out, every time I paid her the rent, because I give him a month's rent, he paid the mortgage. Give her a month's rent, she was supposed to pay the mortgage. She wasn't paying the mortgage. So the whole house went into foreclosure. I was like, right at Christmas time, I had to move out and find a place to live. but I ended up buying a place. But I mean, actually, we had talked about me buying that place. And I mean, it was right in the middle of town on Main Street. I was like 7 minutes from Walmart, which sounds terrible, but in a small little Tennessee town,
No,
that's only like, population of maybe 1,000. It's not that bad.
yeah.
And Main Street, I mean, you had a whole big bunch of like huge houses. It wasn't like, row housing or anything like that.
No, I know. I've seen it's just like Stanford over here, Stanford, Kentucky. That's the way that road is. Which, all the people who are born into money own most of the property on Main Street there.
Yeah.
But it's got to be one of the coolest little towns because of that. Because they took all that time out to make it look nice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the house that was right across the street from us. I mean, it was a huge brick home. And at one point, it was like a boys' home. That's how big it was.
Oh, excuse me.
And I mean, it was gorgeous. And I mean, all the houses did like the big Christmas decorations and all that every year. And, in-ground pools, and we didn't have much of a front yard because, being on Main Street, from
Yeah.
our little front concrete porch to the sidewalk was only about maybe 15 feet, but we had a big backyard.
Yeah.
And there was like, 5 bedrooms and 3 baths, and had a wood stove, fireplace, and, central heating there. So I hated moving out of that place, but
Yeah,
buying it at that point wasn't even an option really, because when the bank repoed it, it was like I would have had to pay what they wanted for it plus all the stuff that she hadn't paid.
I'm sure there's probably some restrictions too, because you are on Main Street, and a lot of towns want the Main Street to be the most attractive road in their town.
With it being that small of a town, though, it just, I don't know. Plus, we had a garage, an unattached garage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, let's see. I've been here 7 years this year, and yeah, I mean, I would hate. I hate to even. I hate that I'm even thinking that I have to make that move, because, yeah, I'm allowed to do whatever I want to here. But when you weigh that with your house being unsafe.
Yeah.
No, you own your own place. You can do whatever you want to.
But you're smart to be considering that, because, in a lot of people, they don't consider what's going on around them. And, if you're in some kind of established lifestyle with, like an apartment complex, and you can easily afford to rent and everything is fine with you and you got a great job, whatever the situation is, if it's that solid, that's fine, but if you're in any kind of, compromised position, the neighborhood not that great, or conditions could change, it's like, if somebody buys a land or something like that, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
then your gut's telling you might want to think about that exit clause. How you gonna make your way into something else that's good for Barry.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I've
That's where
seen
I'm at now at this point.
I've seen people go with companies that develop land, and they'll buy a big property, and then they'll subdivide it and finance it, and and they work with people. It's like instantly you've got your own place, you just finance through that company with pluses and minuses of doing it that way, of course.
Yeah.
But it all depends on what you want. I just wanted to have a life to where I could have what I needed, be able to take care of my kids, and not have a bunch of riffraff, not have a bunch of rent, thrown down a hole. And it was the best choice I could make. But again, I'm going to say, for me, I've always loved small places. And my RV is really too big for me a lot of times. I like little things, little things to live in.
I think Cuba done. She done been out there in the Northeast too long. She done talking about moving to North Florida.
Yeah, there you go.
They talking about 117-degree weather coming our way in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And she talking about moving to Florida.
117.
That's what they're calling for. We had a 107-degree heat index here the other day.
Okay, now we're not talking about no 117-degree heat index. I wish they would throw that out, okay? I get it, but when people talk about temperatures, what's the actual temperature? 117 degrees actual temperature?
I don't know if they said heat index or if they said temperature. But like I said, I told you that Texas weather is supposed to be headed this way.
Yeah, somebody came on the live stream not too long ago and they said it was like 120 degrees or 126 degrees there, and I'm like, 126 degrees.
I know, and I said something.
That don't make no sense. People would be dead. It's like, wait a minute, 126 degrees.
That was the heat index.
Yeah, it's a heat index.
What was the real temperature? And they were like,
yeah,
it was 90 or 89.
The real feel is hell. That's what it feels like right there. It feels like hell.
Yeah.
It's hot.
I'm back. God, but see, I've been here for 7 years, so it had to been. Let's see, I got here in 2017. I think it was 2015 or 2016. We had that huge spike, and I was living down in outside of Hazard, Kentucky. We had that huge temperature spike, and it was ungodly hot for like a week or so. I think it was something like 100, 110, something like that. But that feels like temperature. And you couldn't spend very much time out there. You get out there, do what you need to do.
I ain't been able to spend a whole lot of time outside for the last 2-3 days.
Yeah.
It's been hot.
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't raining, it's hot.
Outside at my place, okay? If I went outside and just sat in a lawn chair underneath my shade here, right off the front door, it would be cooler. But I would have to have like a nice layer of deep woods off on me, to do that. It's a little bit warmer inside the RV during the hot day, but I'm out of the bugs and all that kind of stuff, and the direct sun.
Speaking of which,
there ain't a whole lot of activity.
I showed you my woodworking project, Robert.
Yes, Chris. You
She
did.
she was out there with a sander because I was like, I am not sanding inside of my shop. It just no, I don't need that right now. So I asked her, I was like, you feel like sanding? I reckon. She gets out there in the broad sunlight, not a bit of shade, with my sander. And I go to grab that wood and bring it back in. I'm like, why you got sweat drops all over my wood? She's like, it's hot. I'm like, why's your face red? It's hot.
Hey, let me tell you something. Last year, okay, and I had my neighbor, old neighbors, they moved out now. 5 years ago, they did the same thing. They told me what the temperature was at some ungodly amount. I'm like, it is not 145 degrees, okay? It's not. And somebody last year that I'm sitting there on his live stream and had a lot of respect for the guy at that time, but he was saying that it was like 139 degrees outside. And I'm like, 139 degrees. And he was like, well, it's climbing now. It's up to 145 outside. Like, there is no way in heck that there's any place that it's 145 degrees. And dude was serious, man. He was extremely serious. And I was checking my app. I looked at it. I'm like, there's no place on this continent that is having some kind of freakish heat wave like that, right? And I said, where are you getting this information? He says, off my thermometer.
South
That's
Africa.
it's like, okay, where is this thermometer? He said, it's up against my shed.
Oh my God.
What? Yeah, it's hanging on my metal shed outside. It says it's 145 degrees out there right now. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah.
And in the meantime, Jonesy is saying it was -2 Celsius, which would be about, 34 here?
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
Jonesy, I'll trade you any day of the week, dude.
Yeah, Jonesy's in the cooling off phase of the planet. He's
I
in the
know.
cooler section.
But you got to remember, Jonesy lives on a continent that is closest to Antarctica.
Mm-hmm. It gets chilly down there.
The patty melons don't carry him off. He'll be all right.
Now they done ate his garden up now. He's out, I reckon.
I seen I seen a thing the other day. So it sent me to Google Earth, and I went to Google Earth and looked it up. If you zoom in on Google Earth and you go to down to New Zealand and go up, there's like an island off to the east or west of New Zealand. And you zoom in a little more, there's a little itty bitty island a little further east of that. It's called Disappointment Island. Now, what kind of mess had to go on there to get that name?
Be right back.
He's like,
That's
I'm
where
on.
they invented depresso.
He's like, I'm on. Look this up. So, Robert, I never.
What?
This is what I get.
What? What'd you
I
say?
want to do my own property on Google Earth. I am on Google Earth. I never did tell you why I failed miserably cooking today.
Okay. Why did you fail miserably cooking today?
Well, I was making a recipe, kind of like a sort of pasta fagioli, fagioli. I don't know how you say it, which is basically it's a tomato sauce kind of sauce, and then you add beans and all this and pasta, and it didn't call for meat, but I added some chicken. Of course, it calls for some kind of wine, and I don't like cooking with wine, so I didn't add that either. But I'm sitting there seasoning my pot with my little spice blend in my little big, huge shaker, that I mix up and make myself. And the top come open, and boom, probably dumped out about 3 ounces of salt, pepper, onion powder, and garlic powder. Luckily, I was cooking in a pot, that was probably, I don't know, 3 gallons.
Yeah.
So I had to go get more beans, more carrots, more celery. I figured, this somehow, I saute this stuff up real quick and I'll be done, let it simmer down, and, add the pasta at the end, and boom, done.
Yeah.
And, no. I ended up spending like an hour and a half because I had to keep adding more and more, and then I had to add more carrots, which, when you're not sauteing them carrots down and you got to add them to like hot, simmering liquid, it's going to take another 45 minutes for them to simmer down to where they're soft.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was like,
either double it up or throw away what you got, so. Yeah.
And then I cut a potato in half and threw it in there to try to cut the salt. But originally I told her, I was like, well, we ended up with so much of this, maybe I can can it.
Yeah.
But then I told her, I was like, yeah, but now that I've added pasta to it, I don't can pasta because it gets all mushy.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do, I don't know, vacuum.
Go in the freezer, bag it up, put it in the freezer.
Well, that's what I told her. I said, I think I'm going to either throw it in like some containers, let it freeze, and then put it in bags. But it's like really thick now. That I cooked all that pasta in there and let that potato simmer in there. It's really thickened up.
And I have frozen up big batches of chili, big batches of chili mac, big batches of spaghetti and lasagna, and put those in the freezer and hauled them out on a day when I was ready to eat more of it,
Yeah.
I used to make big stock pots full of spaghetti, and I'd eat it for a couple of days. It's like, can eat more of this. And so,
It aggravated me so much, though, because I ended up with 5 cans of tomatoes, and then I probably threw in a dozen tomatoes, San Marzanos that I had in the freezer, threw them in.
Oh, yeah.
2 whole onions, probably 6 carrots, 8 stalks of celery.
This fell off, so I guess I'll have to figure out what to do with it.
Yeah.
Ferment it.
Yeah.
That's the storm got that one last night.
Yeah.
What are you laughing?
I don't think it really hurt the plant. I think it just maybe knocked it around a little bit, but it should come back. It's a tomato plant, so it should come back. That's that monster tomato. So it hasn't really.
Monster tomatoes out there.
It didn't have a chance to be a monster, a baby monster.
My
Chris,
my
Chris claims he's got a monster tomato, but you never see it on video.
you seen it last year, didn't you?
No, that was last year.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even plant the one this year.
Well, that was last year. You got a video of it, man. It's like,
Well, I would. I'm afraid to tie it up right now because I'm afraid as soon as I do, it's going to
Yeah.
storm again. It's going to snap it off.
That's why I didn't do anything with mine tonight. I just figured.
I got several tomato plants that are kind of like laid down and need tied up, but I'm afraid because I mean we were supposed to have bad storms tonight, and we're supposed to have bad storms again tomorrow. I'm afraid as soon as I tie them up, it's going to snap the tops off of them.
Yeah.
You put them in a cage, or like stake them out real good. Something.
Dude,
Get you some branches and turn them upside down, and then
I don't need no tomato cage. My
You need
tomatoes
some.
can't fit in. You cannot cage my tomatoes. You cannot hold my tomatoes in like that. They need room to go.
Well, I want to see a video of these monster tomatoes.
Well, as soon as all these storms are over, I'll tie them up.
I went to let one of the female cats in, and she decides, well, I'm too good to walk to the other side of this porch, so could you come get me? And I'm like, no, if you can't follow me to the door, then I guess you're going to stay out there tonight. So I'm going to give her about 20 minutes. She'll be at the back door once she realizes that I wasn't going to cater to her. That's how I found that tomato off of the vine. It was actually laying in the pot. So, it's in a 5-gallon bucket. So at least it saved it. It didn't end up being possum food.
Cubert, do you want to be putting a tomato cage, or do you want to be putting one of my homemade tomato cages that are about 30 inches wide and 6 foot tall?
Is that an Iron Maiden? Not the band, but the actual.
I know what you're talking about. Oh, dude, I watched something on daggone. Oh, what was that? Modern Marvels. They got to talking about all that torturing devices that they used way back then.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about the Iron Maiden. Of course, that was a Christian torture device originally.
Jeez. That was one of the number
yes,
one.
Jonesy, I have special Tennessee tomatoes.
That was one of the number one hits for Iron Maiden, was the song Iron Maiden. Ironically. I hear you scratching at the door. You're just going to have to walk around. She's like at the window. And I'm like, she wants me to rescue her. She's one of those damsels in distress type cats, Come rescue me from the place where I just walked into on my own. But she thinks, in her mind, she's a princess. So I guess she's the princess of Catlandia. But let's let her believe what she wants to.
In my mind, they've got you trained.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I can't prove it. It's not a kangaroo court. It's a cat court, which is worse.
You are trained. That's all you can say for yourself now. You've given yourself over to your subjects. They own you now.
I was prime minister. I believe they knocked me down a few notches.
Yeah, you just a puppet. You're a puppet now.
I'm a
A
peasant.
puppet at the top.
A mere peasant.
That's right.
Peon.
You just bring them stuff.
You're that peon. So, okay, work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or quit talking gaming stuff. Most of these people in there are probably like, what the heck are they talking about?
And I've got these two kittens here that this little calico mama, she keeps dropping kittens here. She's one of two cats. There's a calico female and a tabby male that years ago their mama dropped them off here. And she had them here, then left them, right? And I didn't take them off to the shelter, you know, and they just kind of wandered around. They always use my place as a base. I don't feed them. They just wind up coming over here because it's peaceful. It's out of the way. Lots of places for them to have their babies, right? So they, she always dropping a litter off, always having a litter here. And she's got two kittens running around here, and they're getting big. I pulled out of the driveway and I saw something up underneath the cabin. I'm like, what is that? That's like them two kittens. They're turning into cats. So, you know, they were
Funny
high.
how that happens.
Yeah, they turn. Everybody wants kittens, right? And then they turn into cats.
And then they're gonna be up there on the roof going,
Yeah,
Happens a lot here.
I need
well,
to send them to
Q,
you.
maybe he's not a kitty servant. Maybe he's a kitty savant.
Chris needs these cats, I think.
Oh, no, we ain't even got there.
He can't even
No.
talk. He's so excited to think about getting these two
Dude.
kittens.
I think we've had discussions about cats around here.
Well, I know
Huh?
you ain't got none. I know you ain't got none.
Yeah, because there were 75 of them left up the hill. And there ain't none around here anymore. I'll just leave it at that.
These are special kittens. These are Homestead Aquarius kittens.
There ain't no special kittens.
Mine are special.
Man, they Alabama special. I know what kind of special. I know what kind of, Roll Tide special is.
Oh my God. God. Don't say that. And my blood just curdles when I hear that. Oh God. I'm like, oh my God. Let me get out of this state. I want to move to Tennessee. I want to move to Tennessee so bad sometimes. Like the mating call of the Alabama redneck. Roll Tide. God.
Oh,
Slightly less
I worked
offensive. War Eagles.
all the way up in Illinois. I worked with this dude, and he was like one of them short, chubby dudes. Roll Tide. He wore red everywhere. Red hat, red shirt. Probably had Roll Tide patches on the back of his pants. I don't know.
Probably had a Roll Tide tramp stamp if you want to know the truth.
Man, probably. May have had, Roll Tide or Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Roll Tide chain mail bikini on. I don't know. But he was, Roll Tide, Roll Tide. Oh, shut up. Dude, you are like right outside of Chicago and you're going to be Roll Tide. You know how well this is going to go down?
Well, and then see, somebody that is not within the range you can see, but you barely hear them. Maybe they're around a building or in the parking lot or something, and then you'll hear Roll Tide. So when one of them does the Roll Tide thing, there'll be an echo from someone, that understands this language. They communicate with one another.
So you're saying it's like an Alabama mating call?
Mm, it's a dang mess. Now Tennessee, they got Gold Falls, but that's a different call. It's a little classier call, I would say.
Well, we don't really do the, go balls. We do more like the, Rocky Top
Yeah,
thing. I don't know.
down here though, it is such a religion. It's a religion, um, and it's either
Well, I
Alabama or
mean,
Auburn.
they won a lot for a lot of years. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I'll give them that. But still, I'd say a lot of
yeah.
them were fanboys that only followed them because they won. Had they been a losing team,
I had a guy move down here. He was really high up in the company. He was executive level, and it's a family business, big family business, right? This guy wasn't in that family, but he was, high up. Um, and there was part of his family in this business too. But anyhow, he moved down to take over our division, and he was talking to me. He says, "Okay, so I need to know some stuff." I'm like, "What do you need to know?" He says, "So what are the football teams or the sports teams around here? I'm not from here. I'm from way up. I think it was way up north somewhere." And
are you talking like, you know, the University of Michigan?
they said, which teams are there?" I said, "Well, there's Alabama and Auburn." He said, "Well, which team do me and my family need to be fans of?" I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, "Well, we want to root for the right team." I'm like, the right team? What do you mean? He said, "Well, the one that's winning and has the most fans, and the one that you want to see people, which one is it that people want to see you be a part of?" I'm like, "Oh my God. All right, it's that bad, huh? Okay, well, then you want to be an Alabama fan, right? Then, there'll be more people to, identify with or whatever. That's the winning team for the most part. So there you go. So that was this guy. Wanted to make sure that he picked the right team to be a fan of, and he ain't from here. You know, it was kind of weird for me. It's like, if you're going to be doing that, why are you even involved in? But it's all PR.
You remember, y'all may remember, right before she got hurt and ended up, disabled there for a while. And I told you she was going through college classes. She actually graduated from Auburn. See, Passamaquoddy, same way. I've been a 49ers fan for a long time, like 30 something years. But when all that happened, it didn't
Okay.
matter because I don't watch NFL after that because it got too political.
Hey, Dad.
But anyway, she graduated from Auburn. They get her what's it called? Dietary managing license. Robert done muted himself again.
I'm gonna tell you something. There's some beautiful places in Alabama, and I used to spend some time on Alabama and Auburn campuses working. And, there's no place quite as beautiful as Auburn campus in the springtime. So, there's a beautiful campus, and there's some beautiful people there. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'll let you figure out what I'm
Considering
doing.
our ages, I would say, you know, a lot of campuses have a lot of beautiful people. But, you know,
Considering our ages,
yeah,
whatever. Our ages, yeah, there's a lot of, whatever. Yeah,
Don't
the
you
most of, Auburn. You know, if you want to see beautiful sights, you go to Auburn campus. There's some incredible beauty there.
Well, I know, like, when I was working up in, like, Findlay, Ohio, I don't even remember what university was up there. But there was a lot of beautiful people up there.
Mm. When you're driving a big work truck,
Wasn't OSU.
you got to be careful too.
Oh, yeah, you got to be careful.
I mean, you'll wreck looking at all the beautiful people. You know,
Like, when I was working in Findlay, Ohio was, like, maybe just an hour south of Toledo. I don't know. I've hit a lot of them big cities. And I've seen a lot of them big campuses. Ann Arbor, that's a pretty nice looking campus.
yeah.
But, you know, I can't be a Michigan fan. I don't care if I didn't root for anybody else. I couldn't root for Michigan.
Auburn's campus is very pretty though. Down there with all the live oaks and a lot of Spanish moss hanging from trees and stuff. A lot of old buildings, old homes, a lot of old brickwork there. It was real pretty. A long time ago. Long time ago. I should say, yeah. Well,
They keep talking about the Seminoles. Well, I remember when I was a kid, you know, late teens, early 20s, working at McDonald's. We had a jukebox in the lobby, and there was a girl I worked with. And she was older than me, and every night she used to go out there and she'd put about $1 or $2 in that jukebox. And one song she always played was Seminole Wind.
mm-hmm.
That was a good song.
No, there's. I imagine all across America there's a lot of pretty campuses, but
Michigan, referring to Carol's statement, I remember going to Michigan back first time I ever stepped foot in Michigan. I was working in Findlay, Ohio, and that was probably 25 years ago. And I remember going to Detroit. Detroit was a very dirty city. I mean, it was just dirty. I mean, there was like grime everywhere you looked. I mean, there was like griminess on the sidewalks, everywhere.
I believe it still is. They just gave it a new paint job, you know.
Well, then I went up there and went to work from about 2000 to 2002. I worked right outside of Detroit, and it was cleaned up a lot. And I mean, maybe it had something to do with time of year that I went up there the first time because, man, they get a lot of snow, and when they get snow, they get snow. And I mean, I'm talking like 30 something inches, in 20 hours. And you get up the next
That is
morning.
not for me.
And you get up the next morning at 5 a.m. to go to work, and the roads are clear. But they have the equipment to clear the roads. Not that we do down here. But by pushing all that snow to the sides, I'm sure, it pushes a lot of dirt and road grime and all that off too,
You know what our highway department did tonight? They took a plow truck and cleared the roads of debris with the plow, of all things. I was like, what in the hell is that noise? It sounded like somebody was dragging an old beater car that was on its rims, like they were dragging it with a chain behind a pickup truck. I said, what is that noise? And, Goblin said on the radio, he said, oh, that's the state highway department. They're out here clearing the debris off the road. I said, dude, I'll have to look at it and then when it comes back up the road and see this for myself, because I thought somebody was dragging an old beater up the road that didn't have, no tires. It was just on the rim, was dragging it across the, the pavement, because that's what it sounded like. Sure enough, that's what they were doing.
All right,
Jones is leaving.
talk to you later, brother.
And I heard something like that happening out here. I was sitting there in the house and I heard this terrible sound out there on the road. It's like, what in the hell is that? Well, that was a local bunch here that were moving a trailer. Right? They got a burned out trailer hull or something, and they got the frame and everything, and it still had some walls in it. And they were moving that trailer to somewhere else, and they were going to set it up there. And this was done with a big truck, and it wasn't it wasn't being hauled in the correct manner. Mm-hmm. And things happened, and then part of the frame underneath the trailer was dragging down the road, leaving these big gouges, right? So it was off balance and tilted and all this kind of crap, driving down this little basically 1.5 car road that's in our neighborhood. Like, this is great. We got our own little south of the border folks, and they're in operation, man. Like, dude, they work together like little Mennonites, little Amish, but they're different, right? They get the job done, but it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. They drug this thing through so much of our neighborhood, making all this noise and gouging out the road. They finally got it where it was, and that same bunch, it must have been a couple of months ago, we're hauling a bunch of gravel in this little trailer that doesn't have sidewalls in it. It's like, one of the little small ones for hauling your like your lawnmower equipment, stuff like that on. It's got a wooden bed, but it's got these little rails that come up, about a foot.
Flatbed.
Yeah, but there's no walls to it. So they go into town and get a couple of scoops of gravel, a couple of yards of gravel, and put it in this trailer and haul it all the way from town up the mountain, down, and all this kind of stuff, and into the neighborhood. There's gravel. I went in town and I saw them. I saw them in the neighborhood, driving fast, and it was not professionally done. Gravel going everywhere off the thing, and all the way into town. I could see where they had been at every turn. There was gravel spilled everywhere, all across the road. Waiting to take out a motorcycle. It was they left a trail of breadcrumbs of this gravel that they had just bought. I don't even think they made it back by half of what they bought. So when I'm talking about I bought a cheap piece of land, you know where it is now. It's in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
When I was working up in Fort Knox, the way Fort Knox works, like if you're a contractor, they want you to work like off season from like when all the ROTC kids aren't there. So pretty much you can work on base during the winter. And like during the spring, late spring, early summer, you can't work on base as a contractor. So, I went and worked there my first year that I worked there. Well, it's, the easiest way for me to get Fort Knox is a whole lot of back roads. I can be in Kentucky in 15 minutes on back roads. But then cross into Kentucky. But it's all like just, single lane roads. Well, the first year, it was about time for me to wrap it up for the year. Somebody had pulled a single wide trailer like down into a piece of property, but they bottomed it out. So it was stuck halfway in the road because the driveway was too steep. It had like a big drop off. So it was just stuck, sitting there halfway out on the road. So ended up, driving back and forth the rest of that season. Went back to work the next year. Finished that whole year or that whole season worth of work. And that thing was still sitting in the road that year when I got done.
Yeah.
So that thing sat in the road for a year and a half, basically.
That is not good.
A little single wide trailer just sitting there like with about 8 foot of it sticking out in the road.
I just think that's probably somebody's new, mile marker or something that they reference to that. Oh yeah, I'm on my way to Jethro's house. I'm on the right path because there's that damn trailer.
And the bad thing is, this was a road that, you'd see tractor trailers on that road pretty often. But that year they happened to be doing a lot of road work on some bridges, so you didn't see as much. But God, just bottom it out and it's sitting on the frame, and nobody's come up with a way how to get this thing out because the front end is down in the dirt and the back end is up there in the air. God.
Go up about 10 sizes on the tire. You might be able to get it out. Get some tractor tires on it.
That was one thing kind of like bugged me about like up north, like Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, even like Wisconsin and all that. You have every Yahoo out there. It's got a daggone snowplow on the front of their truck.
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of drunk rednecks out there. Oh, I'm going to plow this parking lot. And I mean, a lot of people make a lot of money plowing parking lots and stuff when it snows a lot up there. I mean, they make more money doing that than they do at their actual job. But when they're like on county roads or, highways, it's like, ain't no wonder y'all got so many daggone potholes everywhere.
Yeah. Basically dragging metal to asphalt.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, that's
I'm
what
firm
that sounded
believer
like tonight.
They should have some kind of certification, I think, if they're going to use it on a county road.
Well, that's kind of what it sounded like tonight. I mean, I guess this is the first time I've actually heard a plow that was on pavement because, when they're out, it's usually in the wintertime. This is the first time I've ever noticed them doing a cleanup.
So are you sure it was a plow and not a box grader?
I don't know. He just went by so fast. I don't know. I don't know why. If he was off to a party or, yeah, he went by pretty quick being such a big ass truck.
Oh, Passamaquoddy, I've seen it hundreds of times. I've seen all kinds of private vehicles driving down the road. Just, I don't care what state I was in. And I mean, I've worked in probably 40 out of 50 states.
We talking about people failing out there, at moving stuff around, and I've seen a lot of that. Okay, where I'm at, I've seen lots of it. But I have seen some people in the past, okay, that are true experts in what they do. Okay, a lot of my youth was spent at a lake called Smith Lake, Alabama.
Did you say Ute?
As a Ute.
Ute? What is a Ute?
As a Ute. Back in my young days, spent a lot of time at Smith Lake. And Smith Lake is a man-made lake. It's a great big place. And it's got like a 300-foot or more than 300-foot depth at its deepest. It was made in a big valley with lots of mountains and stuff, right? And so there's huge elevation, lots of cliffs.
So it was flooded by TVA?
Probably. It probably is. But a lot of the waterfront homes are on cliffs. It's all cliff sides. It's real steep, in other words, right? Real steep. And you'll be going through there and you'll see trailers that people have moved in there on the side of these mountains. And you don't know how they got them there, right? And I've seen them bringing in new ones, right? And I've seen, and there'll be switchbacks. There'll be 90-degree switchbacks and not 90 degrees, 180 degrees. It's like, and they're bringing in, 2 halves of a double wide trailer, or they're bringing in a big 50, 60-foot double single wide to put up and set up for somebody's place. And these guys are incredible. I mean, they're, shooting it past the curb and then bringing it back on the road and turning it at an angle and then getting to come along and tying it off to that tree and then sliding it this way, and just doing all kinds of stuff. And by George, they will bring in that trailer and get it squared up and set exactly where it's supposed to be on a road that you couldn't hardly turn on a four-wheeler, without crashing. It can amaze me, but they can do it.
That's almost like it. That show. I don't know. I only watched like one or two episodes, but it was like a spin-off of Ice Road Truckers.
Yeah.
And it was like about all them little skinny, like little mountainous Asian roads. It's just a little dirt path that was made for like a horse and buggy.
Yeah, like Deadliest Roads or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And some of them sketchy as can be, man. I've seen some of that. Yeah.
20 feet straight down.
Yeah.
You need to see just once in your lifetime. You need to go to Eastern Kentucky, southeastern Kentucky to be exact. Go down there outside of Hazard, and take one of the narrowest roads you could find, and just take your time going down that road, because you're not going to be able to go fast down that narrow ass road anyway. And scratch your head as you marvel at those mobile homes that are stuck with one end sticking over at least 10 foot off of the ground, and the other end of it is on nice level ground. The rest of it you could put a barbecue underneath it, and or put storage underneath it on one end, and you're like, you look at that narrow road and you're thinking every time a car comes towards you, even if you're booking it down through there, you slow down to a crawl to make sure you don't slam your mirrors together, and then you think about it. They just pull the freaking double wide or trailer down through here and put it exactly where it's, like you were saying, Homestead, put it right where it's supposed to be. And I'm thinking, did they really just pull that in with a truck, or did they use a helicopter?
Yeah.
Because they used to be a selling point for mobile homes back like years ago, that they could put them anywhere, and that was their selling point. They used a helicopter photograph of a helicopter setting one down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was mostly them modular homes that were just delivered in cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there were some of those trailers I was talking about on that lake that were delivered by helicopter. At least one or two of them. I've seen the pictures of that. They get a big old sky crane or something like that and bring it in, because it's the only way that some of them can get there. And it amazes me as the price of some of that land that's there. There's so many people want a place out there, and it's all cliffs. It's a 70 foot drop to the water, or 60 foot or something like that.
That's how it is, man. I mean, well, most of Tennessee's like that all around until you get on the other side of Nashville. But I mean, Center Hill Lake. I know when we were wiring Darrell Waltrip summer house out there on Center Hill Lake. I mean, it's on a cliff. I mean, they had to do something like 120 steps down to like his little patio.
Yeah.
Because it was so steep. He was like, well, he was bragging, well, one of the first people I'm going to have here is George Bush. I think it was senior, because that was back in the day. But Man, I don't know if either one of y'all can make it up and down them steps.
My neighbor bought him a place on the other lake over here, and it's got some of them real high elevations too. And I went over there to see it. He said, "Well, come over to the place." I said, "Okay." And it got up there, and it's this narrow ass little road, and it's like two properties almost. He's got one spot at the top of the hill, and it's real flat. That's where he parked cars, and then you got to cross the road to get to the other part of it. I was like, okay, this is weird, but okay. And you get there, and it's a step, right? Because it's so steep. It's so steep you can't hardly walk up down it unless you've got this staircase that they were building at that day. He's got a big dock and boat house and all that kind of stuff down at the bottom. But you look, and it's like, dude, y'all got to go all the way down these steps to get to it. And that means you got to go all the way back up. And believe me, I was thinking about that. Like, okay, I'm going to go down, but I ain't going to come up at once. I ain't going to do this all day long. I ain't going back and forth. But it was a lot of stairs. I forget how many, but it was, I know it was over 79, 78, something like that, but it was like 100 or so. The staircase, that goes down there, lots of pressure treated and everything.
Like,
get down there and it's cool, but you've gotta do a lot of climbing.
I think both of y'all have seen kind of a local map for me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all seen. Good night, Passamaquoddy.
Good night.
Right up.
Good night.
Right up the road from me, there's like this kick butt hairpin curve. I mean, it's over 90 degrees. It's probably about 110 degree corner.
Oof.
Oh man.
And in that corner is where our road is that goes up on top of our ridge. Well, back farther down the road where you first turn off, we got this bridge that goes across the creek down there. And so it says no large trucks.
Good night, Carol.
Good night, Carol.
Night, Carol.
And I always see big logging trucks and all this stuff going across that bridge. But they've passed some laws as far as logging goes that they're not allowed to sell in different counties and all that stuff. So they're limited is what they can do. So if they cut trees down here, they have to take them back that way. Because if they go the other way, they're going into another county. But I guess because of invasive species and all that, they've limited to where they can haul to. But anyway, that big hairpin curve up there by our ridge top, I still ain't figured out how they got this 40-foot building down here. It's like, dude, in my truck, my little truck, I gotta slow down to like 10 miles an hour.
Good night, Q.
Or I'm gonna be in the other lane.
Thank you.
Good night, Cubert. But I mean, there's a lot of times you go up there and you'll see like tracks off in the dirt on the other side of the road where somebody couldn't
Yeah.
cut
They
it
didn't
tight
make
enough.
curve.
They had a trailer behind them or something pushing them. And I mean, if they ain't careful, I mean, right across from there, I mean, it's probably 60 foot down.
Yeah. Well,
That's where I do a lot of my mushroom hunting.
you know what? It looks like we've done lost all the women, so now it's just a sausage fest. I don't know who all else is here, but we've done lost 3 women, ain't but 3 of us in here. and it's like almost 3 o'clock in the morning. So
That's not forward for me.
y'all can stay up here and jabber. I'm gonna have to get off of here. So
Yeah, I
Thanks
should have
for-
been off here like
Okay.
an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I think I'm going to call it for the night because I've got a bunch of packages supposed to show up today, and I don't want to be asleep when that happens because where I live.
yeah, we gotta beat the
Good night.
porch pirates, right?
Yeah, beat them. I'd like to beat them, but that's not legal. So.
throw a cat at them.
Yeah.
Well, it is kind of legal. Good night. Good night, sweetie Q.
Okay, Chris, talk to you later. I gotta go. Barry, thanks for having me up, and let me try.
Anytime, I'm good.
Y'all be good.
You too.
You too. See you. Yeah. So they're noisy now, but when I shut the lights off, they're just like, "Oh crap, he's going to bed."
It's time to get up now.
Yeah. I go see Princess Missy wants to come in on her own power, or if I'm gonna have to go rescue her like she's some kind of, I don't know, special needs cat. But
My lady said that they've got a couple of them like clear 55-gallon barrels over there where she works. She's like, you think you can use them? I'm like, well, I can't use them for hydroponics. I can't use them for water collection because, algae. And I was like, and she was like, well, they had soap or something in them. I'm like, well, that's fine. But I told her, like, I still want to get them because if nothing else, I can cut them in half lengthwise and build a frame for them, fill them with dirt, and plant potatoes in them.
absolutely.
So, and I mean, I haven't bought any water barrels in several years. And I know the last time I bought any, they were about $5, $6 a piece. And these are free. So I told her, I was like, well, I could just, paint them black and fill them in hydroponic solution and plant about 10 cucumbers, in all the different holes. And
Yeah.
yeah, I gotta do a hydroponics video or two. But I don't know. Are you still live?
Huh?
Are you still live?
Yeah. I was gonna call it here in a minute.
I'll shut YouTube down.
Well, it's like one left, so whoever the one left is, have a good night. And yeah.